Audio is live. We are hot. Let me pull OBS back up. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
What? I looked the other way. I forgot things were full. How the fuck did you get here?
You know, like, your door was kind of, like you, unhinged.
Could you put out the fire in my house, please?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not built for that. Blobs are not known to put out fires.
I'll find an answer one of these days. Hi, everyone. How's it going? It is indeed the end slate song that I put at the end of all of my videos. But, did I start the fire? No, I finished it. But, how's everyone doing? This is a very special, Mufflerman stream today. Also, Maho Chojo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Alright, so, today is a very special stream. Because normally we would do FGO. But Shane had some business that they had to take care of. And so, we thought, that it might not be a bad idea to, instead of do like a live reading or just play a game, kind of go through something a little more of a creative venue. And one of these things that I'm kind of got a real chip on my shoulder about, I guess, is when it comes to stuff like comic dubs in general, or like these lower, like, how can I put this? I feel like comic dubs are like the middle ground, right? You have fully animated things. You have, at like, you know, the top echelon. At the very bottom, you have people doing voiceover with, impact text, the solidest JJ shit, which I would say is low effort, but I do not mean that in a bad way. But, like, and then, like, in the middle, you have, like, that in-between of, like, animated comics where there's actually still some artistry in terms of, like, how to actually make it that I feel is kind of not there. It's like a lot of people just don't know how to get started doing it. And I felt like it might not be a bad idea just to get on stream, make something that's just fun, have a good time just being creative with a homie, and maybe teach some people some of my workflow shit on the way. Because, you know, editing is a collaborative thing. I believe H. Bomber Guy once said that he learned how to do, like, chromatic aberration as an effect rather than buying a big fancy filter for it, in which he called it comradic aberration. And that is maybe the funniest joke I think he's ever said. And I think about it a lot. So, yeah. That's generally what we're doing tonight. And joining me today, we have the Blob, who has somehow managed to break into my house.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Huh?
Keep to the program, right? Right.
Yeah. Whatever you say. It's a nice drawing. Yeah.
Well,
So,
thank you.
So, general game plan is we're gonna be essentially making a comic dub from concept to completion. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong, from this. And I'm going to be running through, well, Colors first is going to be, we're gonna come up with an idea. Colors is going to draw it and get that to completion visually. And then once that's all done, we're probably going to record some lines live, so you can see me record in a situation where usually when I read a script, I fumble things 1,000 million times. And then we get it all recorded. I'm gonna mix it. Once it is mixed, we will throw it into Premiere. We will get a soundscape built. Once a soundscape is built, I will take in the images that Colors has provided, and we will make a full and completed product. And hopefully by the end of the stream, everything will be nice and polished and good. And along the way, if people have any questions or they want to know about something, feel free.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. I'm here for the ride.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm also, for the start, I'm kind of here for the ride, too. Because it's like, once the concepting is done, I'm kind of just vibing for a bit. Because there's not much I can do other than, like, oh, what if I, like, recorded some of the lines while you're drawing? But
Yeah.
I could do that, or I could wait until we have, like, the reference to have that inform the performance. So who knows? I don't know yet. So we're gonna find out.
See how this all works.
You're gonna have this VOD available later. Yes, I'm gonna have the VOD up on the VOD's channel. It will release. I have my VODs kind of staggered out right now, but I will say I will probably release this one relatively soonish, and just push another video back probably, because I have a week and a half worth of VODs that are just going to be going up like every fucking day until they're done. Because I just didn't put anything fucking up for like a month. So there was like a gajillion videos that were just there. Trap the blob inside the editing software? I could do that.
Why would you do that?
I don't know of anyone who would want to be trapped in Adobe Premiere, because I'm trapped in it every fucking day.
It sucks. It sucks.
Yes. The Budokai thumbnail is maybe one of my favorite things I've ever made. Life is plain. Play Budokai. Okay. It'd be great if you could put timestamps on the YouTube version. You know what? I can do that. I can definitely do that. Because I think timestamps would be good to have. Because again, I kind of want this to be up as like a semi-casual, semi-informative type deal. And, okay. I'm also very happy that Adobe's getting sued. However, I'm still stuck with them because, they have like 2 services that are nowhere else. And I'm unfortunately trapped with them for the foreseeable future. But I think it's time we get this ball rolling. So I guess the first thing that we gotta do now is the writer's room, which I will say, chat, you may throw ideas also if you wish. This part, the concepting part, we're one big writer's room. I usually wouldn't go into a writer's room full of over 20 people, all in completely different locations with completely different backgrounds, but you know what? That's what this is today.
Okay, we're doing it live.
So I will say first, colors.
Yes.
Do you have a property / IP right now that is like brainworming you? You're just like, I want this. I want more of it.
Oh god, no, I feel bad because it's all romance. It's all just ships. OTPs. Like, my scene is nothing but ships. Whether it's, 3 TPs or OTPs or whatever have you, it's just ships. I don't want to go into that. That's a lot of hand-holding. I don't know if this stream could handle that.
Why are you talking so much about toilet paper? I don't get it. Like,
look, man, when you're at the sea and you gotta go, there's not much else to use.
What do you mean you wiped your ass on my OTP? That's fucked up, dude.
That's the only one toilet paper we have.
Yeah, I'm a one toilet paper kind of guy.
Oh, man.
Oh, my fucking God.
This is gonna be great.
I know for me right now, obviously the big brain worms that have been infesting my brain for the past 2 years is just like Tsukihime and Fate. But I know that you are not super knowledgeable on that shit. Outside of the gags that we have done on stream. I know I was talking to Shane about this idea, and he was just like, dog, you all should just do fucking Mash Talks Games as a fucking comic.
Yo!
And I think that the Mash podcast would be very fucking funny.
Mash podcast sounds hype.
All right.
What would Mash talk about?
See, that's what I'm wondering.
Because the thing is that we want to make this within a at least to keep it within the confines of the stream, and we don't go for like 10 hours because we can.
Yes.
I assume like a 4 coma style or a 1 sheet, like just 4 or 5 panels at most would be.
Oh no,
best
I was
idea. Yeah.
I was 100% thinking 4 coma. 4
Okay.
coma is the exact format that I'm shooting for. Oh man, because the last thing I want to do is go anything past what you would see on a Garfield spread. Oh man, Garfield.
The Type Moon Brain. I really should just go into it so that way I could vibe with you two a little more.
Don't do it for our sake, right? I would say if you want to hop into a Type Moon work, don't do it just to be like, oh, I want to hang with the homies more. Do it because it's like, this looks interesting. I want to read this.
Okay.
Because like
Okay.
it is very easy to get filtered by Type Moon.
What do you mean by filtered?
As in, like, you just start reading it and you're like, damn, this ain't for me. I'm out.
Oh,
You're
okay,
filtered
got it.
out. Let's see. Mask could be lore dumping about some random RPG, and then Remy is just getting over. Lore dumping about their latest hyperfixation, and then Remy is just like, What do I need to make for fucking dinner tonight? Or thinking about the latest banner. Or some bullshit like that. I don't know, I'm thinking. No, yeah. Type Moon in general has a lot of uncomfortable shit. So it's very easy for people to get filtered by it if they go in unprepared. Did I leave the stove on? Huh.
Oh, how do you do this? Okay, so let's get a general idea.
Alright, so I'm gonna reduce the size of my brush.
Oh, whoops.
Blah, 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 blah.
Make it.
So, beep. Oh.
And I could probably move these. Opa.
150. Yo, what do you mean this website has art achievements?
Oh, sorry. I'll go on the other side. Opa.
All right, it's okay. We're getting our boards together. FF7 cross-dressing scene, that would be powerful. Give your friends a list of content warnings before recommending Type Moon media. Granted, there are certain things that are pretty okay to recommend. I feel like UBW is easy enough to recommend. Fate Zero can get kind of fucky. Eric Andre jokes. Let's see here. Let's give ourselves a 30 to 40 minute block to think of something here.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of roll with whatever we got. Because I don't think it's going to be too... I keep getting assaulted by the Tsukihime music that I keep forgetting I put into my playlist. Still really want Mash Talks game. The idea of Mash on a podcast is just very funny. Oh my god. Alright, so in that case, if I'm thinking about that...
Yeah.
Let's see, Mash Talks games. Because I know in games right now, the big issue is, like, the layoffs. But I don't think there's anything much that I could talk about there. So instead... Oh, man. Tsukihime Remake is coming Monday, according to... that's what the email says on Amazon! I got the Amazon email telling me it's coming in Monday! I'm sorry! Oh, that's a powerful cat emote. I love my boy. Let's see.
Let's see, we're in the brainstorming process. Ooh.
Okay, hang on. This thought just branched off from the Mash Talks Games thing, and it can be literally any character. Okay. So, I was definitely thinking, going off about, like, on a hyperfixation, and for, like, 3 panels, this character is just going in, right?
Okay.
And then on the 4th panel, it just cuts to what is essentially, like, their DoorDash delivery guy being like, do you want your Burger King or not?
Is this a, like, ma'am, this is a Wendy's
Yeah, ma'am,
moment?
this is a Wendy.
Oh my gosh! What if Remy's just trying to, like, get some food and Mash is just kind of like going, you know, it's one of those, like, they're talking to each other, supposed to be one of those intimate moments, but they're actually in a car trying to get freaking Wendy's at the end.
Mash, I am just trying to order a McDouble. Or a Baconator.
That doesn't explain if you want fries with this.
Did you want a Baconator or a chicken sandwich?
And it's like, it's loosely tied into the fact of, like, one of those super tangents that us neurodivergent people will go into, and Mash is just like the.
So I love the idea of the neurodivergent tangent because so straight up, Senan and I, we go back and forth between which one of us is giving the neurodivergent tangent and which one is listening. Because for the past few days, Senan has been going super nuts. They've been super happy and super excited talking about Honkai Star Rail with me. And I've been listening, and I'm like, I know very little about what's going on, but they are happy, and that makes me happy. And like, I listen the best I can, but like, I would be lying if I said that like a lot of it didn't kind of go over my head. But it's gotten to the point now where if like someone mentions certain things about Star Rail, I'll be like, I get that reference. Like anything about Dr. Ratio at this point, I'll be like, I understand what you're talking about there, buddy. Mash, I literally just asked if you wanted pickles or not. What the fuck? All right. I think the topic for tonight will definitely be neurodivergent rants.
Neurodivergent rants with Mash?
Neurodivergent rants with Mash. Let's go. Hey, yo, Cross, thank you for the 30 bits. Let's go. We got the big emote.
I love that addition. It reminds me of Discord stickers.
It's very funny. All right. So we have Mash giving hyperfixation. Oh my god. I know. For some reason, the first thing that comes to my mind is always just like Five Nights at Freddy's lore.
Oh my god.
Like. All right. Chat. Let's say there's 3 people in the car. And Mash is having a very in-depth conversation with someone while Remy is driving, trying to get the shit together. Who's the second person? It can't be Da Vinci, even though I feel like it would be Da Vinci.
It'd be Da Vinci, it has to be someone else. It has to be Roman.
Roman. Oh. Actually, it should be about the servants playing fighting games. Oh god. Foe would be very... Mash, I just wanted to know if you wanted pickles or not. Foe. You know what? There's an easy way to determine this. I'm gonna open up FGO real quick. Oh shit, my Twitter's exploding.
Uh-oh, why's your Twitter exploding?
Mostly because of me posting about Tsukihime. Tsukihime remake, let's go. And then my friend just posts, fuck Elden Ring.
Oh no.
Let me double check that email just to be safe. Delivery estimate update. Oh, never mind. It's July 1st, it says. Not June. I'm stupid. I'm actually a liar. It is Monday, but Monday the 1st. I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb. I don't know how to read, but I'm not going to delete the tweet. Oh my god. It's the first day of the month, baby.
First day.
I'm already losing my mind at that illustration of Bash. That's very good. That's very good.
Oh, yeah, I'm just doodling, like, trying to be like, okay, what kind of poses do we need here? I wanted to, like, gradually get exponentially more, like, frustrated. Like, you could see the passion in her. Like, she's absolutely just gonna go off the walls. And then the final panel is just the other two in the car. And then like, the person outside the window being like, so was that pickles or no pickles?
Wait. All right, chat. I think I know what it should be. Camera is inside the car. Remy is talking to Mash and is just like, Mash, I just wanted to know if you wanted a chicken sandwich or a Baconator. Fuck. And then you look at, and then like they're right outside and you see the cashier, and the cashier is just Lancer with the fucking hat and everything. If you need a reference for that, by the way, I can hit you. Yes, okay.
Hit me up, baby.
Let me hit you with the reference. So, Lancer, FGO. I'm gonna type Lancer, and it better bring up the guy. Yeah, that's it. That's the guy. So, copy image. Boom. So, this is Lancer. This is Kuholin. Now let me get you the superior version of him in a Hawaiian shirt.
That's right, I do recall the Hawaiian shirt.
I love Hawaiian shirt Lancer so goddamn much.
Oh my god.
Bro, oh man. There it is. There's a piece of official art. Oh, this is just a picture of some dude's stream. Oh my god.
Are you gonna post
Hang on, I am putting this on fucking stream real quick. I'm putting this into my OBS. I'm losing my mind because I'm pulling up references for colors, right? And I just see this shit out of nowhere. I put this in here. Okay. What the fuck? Ah! There we go. I just see this, and like I send this over without a second thought, and I'm like, yeah, okay, here's Lancer, and I look at the bottom left, and I'm like, who is this?
Whomst?
Whomst? It's just some guy. Oh my god. That I kind of love the internet because the internet is like the only place where something like this is just bound to happen. All right, now the second question, chat. Do we have Mash going on a fighting game rant? Are they going to be talking about some in-depth lore bullshit? Because I can write this script real quick.
Yeah.
I'm losing my mind. This is already so good.
I'm going off the vibes, but if you tell me exactly what she's talking about, like if you come up with the script, I got some ways to tweak it if need be.
Unfortunately, Trents, I know not enough about Tekken 8 to write something that would be, like, good. Bitching about her tier placement in Tia. I think that, like, her buffs have actually been pretty good now, though. Like, apparently Mash is actually doing pretty alright in current TL from what I saw. Sherlock Holmes, Toxic Yaoi. That's good, actually. There's no way that Sherlock Holmes would ever do the things with Moriarty. It just doesn't make sense. He would pull down his babajas and he'd be like, non-elementary. That is unelementary of you. Mash is solid enough for Scrot to use. Yeah, exactly. Scrot don't play garbage. I've never seen that man play a bad character in my life. Have her downplay. This is the part where I regret not having played enough TL at the moment to know what the fuck her fucking good strengths are at the moment. All I know is that she's better. Oh my god. Yes, we talked about yaoi in public. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Oh. I mean, the Patriot of Moriarty, I mean, you know, we could, if we want to talk about gay Sherlock Holmes, we could talk about fucking BBC Sherlock. BBC Sherlock just completely misses the point of Sherlock Holmes. It's just so much queer baiting. Like, Moriarty and Holmes being together, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. And the director, don't get me started about the director of Sherlock. Mass, what the fuck are you talking about? And don't get me started on the American adaptation. Mass is just bitching about Sherlock Holmes adaptation. Oh my god. I think we have found.
We found it.
I think we found the concept. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna open up LibreOffice Writer here. LibreOffice Writer. All right, here we go. Mash Meltdown.
Mash Meltdown, I love it.
No, the Mash Meltdown. There we go. All right, so let's put this in a small window. I minimized my writing window slightly, and I just see the finger going up. Holy fuck. Wait, Matt. Trent, where do you think I got the idea from? Trust me, we're already on the same page. Just one problem. Sell their servants to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Oh my god. Let me see here. Please, the fucking boomerang! The fucking boomerang!
Wait, boomerang?
Okay, so there's a scene in BBC Sherlock where it's like Sherlock and the, oh my gosh, what is the name of the woman that is famous for taking down Sherlock? Please someone remind me. I'm not very well versed on Sherlock lore and I feel terrible. But it's those two. They're chasing after this big, like, famous deadly assassin. And what Sherlock does is in BBC Sherlock, he will go into his mind palace and you'll see like a bunch of effects and stuff and he'll start kind of tweaking out, basically visualizing the scene. Irene Adler. Yes, it's Irene Adler and Sherlock. And they're trying to construct the scene together. And the scene ends with them being like, oh, I see how the assassin actually took out his target. Yes, a boomerang. and it's just like the footage of a guy chucking a boomerang, it hitting someone in the back of the fucking head. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me?
What?
Oh, man. Why am I at the Memphis Bass Pro Pyramid? I live here. This is my house. I've lived here for years. I have a deed to the place. I don't have to pay rent. Just, you know, I've taken out a small mortgage, but I'm working on it. You know, that's why I stream, is I have to pay this shit off somehow. Very lucky, sometimes. The fires haven't gone out in about 2 months, but we're working on that. You're right, Choco. I can't lie like that. It's actually my domain expansion. My reality marble / domain expansion. Oh,
Are you telling me that I somehow snuck into your domain expansion?
Yes, that means you are susceptible to my surefire attack.
Oh shit.
That's my favorite thing about Jujutsu Kaisen lore, is that Jujutsu Kaisen lore is literally we have fate at home lore.
Oh my god.
It's like literally the whole point is, yes, I make this space where if I do an attack, it's guaranteed to hit no matter what. All right. Give me just a second here.
Gonna.
Let's see. It is the... Right here's a good spot for this.
Cause don't touch the fire. You can't stop me. No, actually, you can't stop Red. It's it's everywhere.
I cannot spell the word single-handedly, so we're just gonna put high-handedly, and then I'm gonna replace it with single. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get that. All right. I think I have a script for this. Or at least the startings of a script. The startings of a script.
The script, okay.
So here we go.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my fucking life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot! I just asked if you wanted a Baconator. So will that be cash or card? So chat and colors.
Yes.
What do we think? What do we think? What do we think?
I'm loving this.
Make her say gosh or darn. Ah, man. I love the idea of Mash saying fuck, though. It's so funny.
It's good. Cause just like, let Mash say fuck.
Let Mash say fuck. You know what? No, hang on. We're gonna say for the first fucking, it will be gosh darn. But then the second one, when she's talking about the boomerang, that's when she's saying fuck.
She loses it. She loses it entirely.
She's allowed one fuck. She is allowed one fuck. Cause right now she's in the mash mode where she hates her fucking dad.
Oh my god.
What if Sherlock is in the backseat? I think that's too much information. Oh my god. Alright, so I think we have our script then, unless colors or chat have anything that they would want to pitch.
No, I think that's good. I could give you the visuals. I don't know if I could do it on this program just because it's not my usual one, so I could absolutely do it faster, but I gave you the draft of it, so that way you could function around what you need to do.
No, yeah. This can definitely work for what I would need for that purpose. However, at this point now, we have the script. We have the... Do you think Mash gets grounded after this outburst? No, because Roman's dead. Who's gonna ground her? Da Vinci? Da Vinci ain't here.
Da Vinci ain't shit.
Oh, actually, hang on. Coup, instead of cash or card, will that be cash or quartz? There we go. Will that be cash or quartz?
For Ku's expression, how would you want it to be? Like more like, wow, this lady just went on a rant, or more so like, well, no, I'm ignoring that. Hey, what's up?
I'm gonna say for Ku, just have him have the tired fast food worker expression, just being like, God. I've seen so much shit already. This is nothing to me.
This ain't nothing to me, man.
It would be QP or yeah, but QP is basically cash. Plus cash or quartz, it rolls off the tongue better. It's punchier because it's got the it has like an alliteration to it.
Got it. All right, let me go. So the neat thing about this, I could grab this and download it. And then that one. So since I'm downloading, I'll put into my usual art program of CSP. And yeah.
And then from there, do we want to stream your CSP to my screen?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay,
Hold
cool.
on just a moment.
So that way people can see the complete process. And now at this point, I'm like, the only other thing I can do now is I can record lines.
Ooh.
So I can record the lines while you're doing the art, and then from there I can mix the audio. So while you're doing that, we can get like a double going on, I guess. Unless people want to have us like, because that's where the teaching part of this comes in. Do we want to solely focus on one part, or do we want to kind of like have the dual screen where one might be taking focus over the other, but then if someone has a question, I can like transition to where we can like go into detail on one screen if people need it?
Yeah, that could work.
I think that's what we'll do.
Yeah,
That way, we'll be making good time while also being able to be open for questions. Any tips on mixing and recording lines? Well, for recording, it would just be like... Personally, the biggest thing I can just tell people is invest in a recording space more than anything else.
Yes.
Also, get the best microphone that you can for the space that you would be working in. Which, by that, like, for example, I'm streaming right now, and my space in my office is hard walls, lot of reverb, and there's not much that I can do about that without just, like, putting foam on all of the walls, which is not something that I can do. So I use a dynamic microphone, which is not a very sensitive microphone. It is a microphone that you can use in a space that's not very well treated, and it still sounds pretty good. That would be the first thing I would say, is for recording, make sure you have a good space. So, for example, if you're using like a really fancy cardioid microphone, like an AT2020 or a Rode NT1, concrete is bad. You do not want hard surfaces. Hard surfaces reverb like mad. If you want to build a recording space, I recommend either you can build a booth out of like PVC pipe and just drape it with a shit ton of moving blankets. That is like everyone's like baby's first booth. In fact, just because I can show it off. This is the recording booth that I use. It is a PVC frame covered head to toe with moving blankets. Let's move the chair out of the way so that you can get a better look. Apologies, I'm gonna have to yell for you to be able to hear me. But yes, this is all these are moving blankets. These are extra blankets that I put on top, and it makes it so that when I record, the sound waves get caught mostly by the blankets and don't reverb off of my walls and make it back to the microphone. That is essentially what I have here. This kind of booth is not super expensive. I would also recommend if you have a closet or a walk-in closet, those are also very good places to record. And the last thing for audio treatment is, oh, this is heavy. All right. See these? This is mineral wool insulation that you can buy at Lowe's. I have a few of these set up around my booth, but this is the same type of insulation that you put in housing. It's very good at absorbing sound. I bought a pack of these, which was like 8, I think, and I put them in body pillowcases, which are absolutely excellent for absorbing sound and treating your space pretty cheaply. Like, I got a pack of 8 of these for, I think, about 40, and the pillow slips were like 4 per. And I have 8, like, noise traps, essentially. These are really good when paired with, like, a blanket booth. Yeah, these are really, really good. Just general, like, noise traps. You can set these up, like, for example, these right here. If you do, like, music and stuff, and you wanted, like, a bass trap, or some kind of noise panel to stop the reverb, to have a better listening experience, this is a great budget way to do that as well. These things are, like, super duper duper handy for getting together a cheap audio setup while also having, like, a relatively good audio setup. Because I'll tell you right now, mineral wool in pillowcases, this shit is probably exactly the same quality that you get from buying professional audio panels, because they upcharge those like fucking crazy. This is a, Jolene, just so you know, this is a pillow slip but it is filled with mineral wool insulation. The type of insulation that's in your fucking walls that keeps your house warm and keeps out noise. It is pillows but these are not pillows you would want to sleep on. They would get very itchy. Very itchy, and you would sneeze a lot. You want to breathe this shit in. And I have 2 of those on the top, and I have a couple of them on my walls surrounding the booth, which helps with keeping reverbs out. Now I can actually look at chat. Whoa!
Woo-yabba.
All right, Colors is back. So,
Yeah.
real quick, I just went over a ton of information there. I haven't talked about mixing yet, but I'll probably talk about mixing here in a bit. Once I actually start getting things mixed together. But, do we have any questions? Is there anything that anyone would want to know? I'm probably going to get Colors' art screen set up, so that way we have something to look at. We can get the little bit of the double feature going, I guess. Sorry for the loaded question. That's why I'm here. Is why I'm here. I opened myself up to questions, and honestly, that is still a good question. I wouldn't even consider that loaded. It's just
That's not loaded at all.
multi-tiered. There's a lot to it. Audio is, so for those of you who don't know, career video editor. I've worked professionally in video, probably for about 10 years at this point. I've technically been doing video for about 15. My old boss, always talked about doing shoots and stuff. He would do shoots for like sports games and interviews. And if there was one thing he always told me, video is easy. Audio is very, very hard. Getting good sounding audio takes so much effort, and you have to know at least something. So I would say personally, good recording space is key. Use your closet, use a walk-in closet, use blankets, use pillows, anything soft. Building a blanket booth is the easiest way in my opinion. But do not underestimate if like you're in a room and there's not much that you can do about it. Drape your blanket and drape your microphone and yourself with a blanket and record that way. Literally, I have done auditions doing that. Did you ever work for an MCM like Machinima? I literally worked with Machinima. I had a contract with Machinima. I had a few videos up there. I remember I put out a video once called Smashing Fantasy. It was maybe the most money I had ever made at the time on YouTube back then. I have since made more money on YouTube now, thankfully. But, so Choco, I didn't actually get burned all that much by Machinima because I didn't have a big boy contract. I was small fry, and so they kind of just left me alone. By the time the shutdown shit had happened, I think they had already canceled my contract just because I put such very little into it. Hydrate and stretch. I put a water bottle around here somewhere. Here it is. Thank you, Dorothy.
Woo! Thank you.
That's why you filled the closet with recording foam and do auditions in there. I think that that's a very good idea. I will say one thing, real quick. PSA in terms of audio, and then I'm gonna get Colors' art on stream. So, real fucking quick. PSA time. All right, chat. I see these making the rounds and they make me mad every time. See this shit right here? This is like pyramid, cube, eggshell, audio foam bullshit.
Uh-huh.
This shit fucking sucks. This shit blows. Yeah, much like the pyramid behind me. Because when you're wanting to reduce reverb, right? You want something thick. You want something very thick, very fibrous, and soft. And these things are not good at that because there's really not that much thickness. And the shape, this is more just for aesthetics and for show than anything else. You don't use those? Good. Good. This shit sucks. To this day... Oh, go ahead.
Is there a foam that does work, or is it just...
It depends. I say personally, the foam that you want to shoot for is mineral wool or moving blankets. And mineral wool you pick up at a hardware store. Because it's literally insulation. Like house insulation. Hey! Fuck. Ah! No one saw that. The foam that does work is $4.50 for a pan. Exactly. And that foam is made of insulation panels, which you can just buy a pack of 8 at Home Depot or whatever hardware store for like $40. Even for like you colors where you live in Japan, you would have some kind of equivalent. Because I'm assuming that there are hardware stores near you.
There are home centers. It's just strange because they have like, for equivalent prices, they do have like glass wool. I don't know if it's mineral wool. I don't know what the difference is. So
fiberglass and mineral wool are the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they're more or less the same thing.
And so I was debating on which one to have for my own booth. Is the thing I want to build one, but if I hang it and have to move it all the time, I was afraid that the fibers would get everywhere.
Okay, so let me tell you the tech.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm gonna be doing this a lot. So, working with fiberglass is dangerous. It's also very itchy. I cut colors and colors is
Don't worry
dead.
about it.
Hang on.
I'm used to this.
That looks so funny.
I'm fine.
It's so funny. Okay, hang on. Since we're gonna be going to the webcam screen a lot, let me. I'm tired of being by myself here.
Hey, you can come out now, little guy.
Yeah, am I okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm fine.
It's all good. It's all good. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. It's all good.
Thank you.
問題ないわ。
問題ない。
問題ないわ。
That's not exactly how you want to use it, but you know what? I'll take it. Your weeb speaks to me.
Look, I don't know enough Japanese.
That's good.
So,
that's good.
Okay. So no, Choco's not Choco. Colors' PNG tuber is so good. It is honestly more charming than most full VTubers, in my opinion.
Whoa, thank you.
All right, so when you're working with fiberglass, you want a respirator of some kind. You can get cheaper respirators that are like one-time use type deals. I have this one, which is a 3M75, I think. I have this because I also did airbrush painting for a long time. Yo, Wizwar, what up? No, that video is incredible, Wizwar. I'm so happy I made that shit. I have some shit that I'm cooking soon that is going to be even better. But I digress. So I did a lot of airbrush painting, which is also shit you don't want to inhale.
Yes.
So get yourself a respirator, put on some gloves, put on like a thick sweatshirt and some thick pants, go outside into like your backyard or something. And that's when you bust open the mineral wool. You put that fiberglass mineral wool shit into the pillow slips and you zip them up. And yeah, make sure it's a well-ventilated area. Zip that shit up. And then once you have done that, take a wet washcloth and rub over like the pillow slips. So that way none of the excess is on there.
Okay.
And what you're doing is you're doing all of the dangerous work outside. And the pillow slips are very good at keeping that stuff in. So you're not going to breathe it. At most, you might have a little bit of excess on the pillow slip, which means when you pick it up, occasionally you might be a little itchy. But that's about it. Like, the big thing is get a respirator, get something to protect your eyes, like some glasses or some goggles, wear some
Yeah.
gloves, wear some thick clothes, and then shove that shit into pillow slips. Also, for fives, your question earlier, the solid wool stuff, not the Pink Panther shit. I actually use the Pink Panther shit for my panels because that's all I could actually find in my area because there was no rock wool. And I can tell you from experience that the Pink Panther shit is fine. You're mostly just wanting to get some kind of good fiberglass insulation, and you're wanting to put it into panels that you put against your walls or surrounding your space, because that's going to help a lot. And if you're working in like a closet, just have a bunch of clothes in there, maybe put a couple of those Rockwool Pink Panther sound panels like against like parts of the wall that are solid, you're good to go. Or surround your blanket booth with it.
The only thing is that if I have a booth, I would need to like move it constantly. So that's what I'm afraid of. Like it will get out of the pillow slip if I do that.
So I use pillow slips with zippers. So I just zip it up, and it's not gonna like slip out.
Even if you like shake it a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's completely zipped up. I got these pillow slips specifically for it because they're body pillow slips with a really good zipper.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can even fucking pull that up real quick. Hang on, let me link that in chat for anyone that would like to know and is looking for.
Yeah.
That
Because
owns stuff.
the DIY place basically offers both the wool and the sound foam, as they put it,
Mhm.
and they're both I think 2 inches or so.
Huh. 2 inches
and-
is weird, but I guess that might be because Japanese houses are smaller? Question mark.
Yeah, it's in centimeters, so it's not necessarily quite 2 inches, but it's like the closest they have in centimeters.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so they both are relatively same price and have stated like, oh, both of them are good for sound treatment or sound things, and I didn't know which one I should choose.
All right, here we go. There's the link to the pillow slips that I use. The foam, I would say just look for fiberglass in whatever hardware store that you are near. I use the Pink Panther stuff. Rock wool is what most people use, but I just don't have that in my area. Just
Okay.
make sure it's like some kind of fiberglass or mineral wool, and you're generally fine. I would say also maybe do a little bit more research, but real quick, let me take a look here at what was it that I used. Mineral wool. I had. It was Thermofiber. That's the brand that I used. I'm pretty sure. Yep, Thermofiber Fire and Sound Guard Plus is what I used. And I believe it was like R13 or R15. And basically anything like that's fine. How many pillows would I recommend? I bought 4, but then I bought 4 more. Because, like, one of those pieces of wool will fill the entire pillowcase. And you generally get anywhere between 8 to 10 in a box. So I would say, generally, if you're wanting to make a good amount of them, I started with 4, but ended up buying 4 more. So I would say 4 to 8. I think there's also restrictions on insulation per area. It can be, like I said, I know Texas doesn't have the Rockwool stuff, which is infuriating to me. That was my desktop.
What's the difference between Rockwool and such? Like, is there a reason?
Rockwool, I think, is just slightly better at keeping sound out. Because I know that's
Okay.
what Shane uses. But again,
Oh,
I
okay.
couldn't get it. It's slightly better for sound. So if you can get Rockwool, you want to get Rockwool. I just couldn't get it. You have a lot of narrative ideas, but you're just not funny. I will tell you yourself right now, never put yourself down. I think every Super Eye Patch Wolf puts it very well. In everyone has one viral video idea in them, minimum. There's one extremely good idea that I think, comes free with your fucking Xbox. But it's how you develop it and how you work on it that makes the difference. So I legitimately think that you could make something that could make people laugh. You just kind of have to work at it. And don't be afraid to take the ideas that you come up with that you might think are stupid. Put them onto paper. I thought that the Sherlock Holmes thing was really dumb when I first thought of it. But I said, fuck it. Nah, this is a lead. Let's see where this goes. And it led to something that made me giggle. And if it makes me giggle, there's a chance it might make someone else giggle.
That's the thing about good jokes. For any 4-coma or creative thing, this is how I do my own 4-comas, is if I'm still laughing at it after I've read it 3 times, it's a good joke.
Yes, and that's one thing about video editing that fucking sucks. Real quick, do we want to get your art on stream real quick so that way?
I've been streaming it to Discord.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Yo, you're good. I've been working slowly on it just as I'm getting my questions answered, because I also don't know the other side of creating a comic dub. I only make the comics itself, so I'm just like, what do I do?
All right, we have this popped out. I need to remember how this shit works real quick. There we go. Hide members.
And we both could leave Aggie now.
Yes. All right. So real quick, though, that means I am going to open Audition.
Oh.
Also, Devin, please stay safe. If you have a tornado warning in your area, that means it's probably not that far from me, and that has me a little spooked too. I can't take another tornado. God damn it, Colors. Let me live my life, Colors.
Look, man, I accidentally poured out half that bottle of tornado juice, okay? Like, come on.
Accidentally, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's accident. Of course it's accidental. What do you think? You think I would ever, purposely throw half a bottle of tornado juice?
I ain't calling you a truther.
God damn it.
Hey, yo, Crash, what up?
Hey!
All right. So, we have this going. Don't worry. Okay, that's good at least. Oh, does it matter what recording software you use or things to look out for? Okay. I use Adobe Audition because I am trapped in the Adobe ecosystem currently. I am looking to escape at some point, but that probably won't be for a while yet. Because I have certain plugins that just don't work with other things. Reaper is very good. Tenacity, I think is what it's called. The Audacity, the new Audacity, essentially. That's very good. And DaVinci Resolve is also very good for working with audio. Any of those 3, you're off to the races. Rockwool is like a good $80. Oof. Because I know back when I was looking at it, it was like $40. So you might want to be looking at the Thermafiber. Because I know I got Thermafiber for about $50, I think. $40 to $50. Audacity is still fine if it's an older installation. Newer installations of Audacity are kind of sus. So keep that in mind. I also still think, though, that mixing in Audacity is kind of a pain. So that's why I don't use it for mixing. At most, I only ever use it for recording. I think it's very good. For me, it's just kind of an ass ache. All right, real quick. We're going to get this window capture. Null. Is Discord being dumb? Discord's doing the thing where it's dumb. Okay, so I have to make sure that it's there. Okay. I had to make sure that it wasn't minimized.
It's doing that thing.
God damn it. Okay. I gotta find a way. Gotta find a way to display this. Remind me, my recording booth is just PVC pipe. It is just PVC pipe. And you can look up how to build a PVC pipe booth on the internet. 69 for Therma. That's still a little much, but that's still not terrible. Like I said, I paid 50 for mine. Are you just looking online? Because, like, I know that if you look in a brick and mortar store, you might get a better deal.
Yeah, I hear Rockwool Safe and Sound, like TM, the brand,
Yes.
is the Rockwool you want to get.
Yes, Rockwool Safe and Sound is very good. And then, like, I use Fire and Sound for Thermafiber. I would say look in the store. You might find better luck there.
If I just give you the images, were you able to put it into your own thing without having to have the background or anything, or are you good?
Let me see here real quick. Oh god, I'm creating a time paradox. Okay. So we're gonna get colors is the stuff here. I would say in terms of formatting, have the characters on a separate layer.
Mm-hmm.
And for the background, I don't.
The only background.
Just put a white square back there just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just a white square should be fine. And then the only one that would actually need like a background, I think, is the car.
The car, exactly.
All right. When you eventually get around to buying a house, you'll be building one ASAP. I would definitely say PVC booth is a fantastic place to start. It might not be Gucci in terms of like looking fancy. God damn it. Discord, I need you to fucking die. Does this work? No. Okay. We're gonna get this figured out. Is there a way to make Discord screen sharing work when it is not the main window? Enable quality. Diagnose. Okay, we're gonna get this. I have an idea. Because you're doing a screen share right now, right?
Yes.
Can you instead do the webcam function in Discord? Because I believe you can share your screen as a webcam source in Discord now.
Interesting. Okay, let me see.
So let's see if that would work.
Do I have to go to my user settings first?
No, I don't believe so.
Where would I put that?
The other solution I have is I can do... I can minimize this down over here. Shout outs to 13 Sentinels.
Let's see. Can I share screen?
Hang on. I think I'm actually cooking.
Oh, okay.
I think I can cook here. So let's do this. And then window capture. Whoa!
Papa?
Yeah, okay, we got it. Because I planned on just doing it kind of small anyway. And then going up when it came time to talk. This definitely has it.
Perfect.
All right. You had VA dreams as a kid and kind of gave that up when your voice changed because of puberty. But hey, who knows? Maybe all this voice training you're doing can be applied to VA. It absolutely does. Okay, again, Choco, I know I was talking about this last night.
I did a little bit of vocal feminization training just to be able to, for the MASH voice. That's where that came from. I was just messing around and started trying to do this a little more. And it kind of just turned into a dub voice that I like to use for certain characters. I've auditioned with this voice a few times. For characters that are more softy, more sensitive, have a little more of a feminine flair when they speak. It helps a lot.
Honestly, so much of voice acting is confidence, because
It is.
I'm going to drop a big story, and then after that, I think I'm going to start recording these lines. So, I started voice acting not because I wanted to be a voice actor. I started voice acting because I made machinima. And to me at the time, voice acting was a means to an end. It was, I had friends that needed help on projects, and me doing voice acting was, I was convenient, I was there, and I could help with their projects. But I never saw myself as someone that could actually do voice acting as a thing. I was like, they're only having me in their projects because I'm their friend and I'm convenient. And I thought that way for the longest time. Then one day, two things happened at roughly the same time. I watched the English dub of My Hero Academia, and I saw who was the lead on that show. Justin Briner. Justin Briner worked in one of my machinima works. He was who I had cast as the main character. And seeing someone move from internet projects to literally the lead on a show, it hit me a lot. Especially because, like, I heard Deku's voice in English and Japanese, and I'm like, that doesn't sound that different from me when I act all performative and stuff. Maybe I can. But I put it I bought a Blue Yeti. I fucked around with it a bit. There's some footage on my YouTube channel that's private of me doing a Deku Hero Academia voice. It's not great. I didn't have a treated space, so it sounds like dog shit. But it was me giving it an honest attempt, and I'm like, maybe. The Pink Panther shit. I mean, mine's the Pink Panther shit. So I think as long as it's like fire and sound guard, you're fine. That's what I use, is thermofiber, fire, and sound. But from there, I'm like, maybe. But I never really thought about it as something that I could do seriously. And then I booted up at the recommendation of a friend who's into the Trails games. Trails of Cold Steel. I bought it on my Vita, and I started playing it. I hear the first words that come out of the protagonist's mouth. Lean Schwarzer. And I'm like, wait a fucking minute. And then it dawned on me that was Sean Chiplock, aka Sonic Mega, who I literally voice with in a certain internet project back in the day. And I saw these people that were in my circle that I knew. And you know what? I'm going to add to this as well. Kellen Goff was in our circle. He did shit with us. And I'm seeing all of these people in my immediate circle pushing and pushing and pushing. Fucking working their goddamn asses off. I literally remember Kellen back in the day, like, talking about how he wanted to be a voice actor. He was, like, inspired by, like, Ben 10 and shit. And at the time, I was just like, oh, he's working towards a thing. That's cool. But I didn't really think that much of it. Because I didn't view voice acting as something that, like, would be feasible for, like, people around me. It seemed like such a huge thing to overcome that I was like, I hope the best for them, but, you know, it's hard. And despite that, despite the fact that it felt like a mountain, that it was difficult, that there was so much shit that you had to do to get in, Kellen made it. Ed Bosco, who also voiced in a lot of my shit at the time, made it. Justin Briner made it. Sean Chiplock made it. All of these people that were so close that I was associated with because we worked on just like fun little things together were working their asses off. And it made me realize that voice acting is fun. Like I was inspired by them to try it. I did it more and more and more and more and more. I bought a nice setup. I got a booth, an AT2020, a preamp. I upgraded that AT2020 later. I got more into streaming because of something entirely different, but still somewhat tangentially related. I worked on my public speaking more. I worked on being a better performer. And for the last, 5 years or so, I've just been working my ass off. Because I've seen other people work their asses off and make it too. So as long, me personally, as long as you are having a good time and you're working towards the thing that you want to do, I can't make guarantees that you're going to succeed, that you're going to be the hottest thing since sliced bread in the world of voice acting. But I can tell you right now, I would not be where I am right now if I hadn't gotten up and tried. If I hadn't heard that call of inspiration and chased after it. Sometimes you hear that call to action and you can just take it. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm still in that process of hearing that call to action and wanting to work myself harder every single day. Whether that be through my YouTube videos, through auditioning, through little projects like this on stream. Exactly. And it's not just me. It's Devin, it's Colors, it's Shane, it's Sean, it's Kellen, it's fucking Justin Briner, it's fucking Alpharad, it's fucking Shippage. All of these fucking people are just fucking hearing a call to action and just doing their goddamn best and moving forward. And yeah, I think that's literally the big thing. And I can't exactly promise a success, because I would say I'm successful in some ways, but again, I'm not booking a shit ton of VO work. But I'm having a good time and I feel fulfilled. Even if I never make it into an anime, even if I never make it into a big AAA video game, I can at least say to myself that everything that I've been doing at this moment, everything that I have worked on and strived for and completed on my own terms, has brought me a joy and happiness that I can't even begin to describe. And I think you owe it to yourself that if you want to do something, that if you want to try towards something, don't be the person that denies yourself. There we go.
Hell yeah!
I have my big rant done.
Good soapbox.
Okay. So now we're going to record this script now. So, I would like to ask Colors.
Yeah, buh?
I'm assuming you would still like to be Remy.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I?
This is a collaborative effort. So now the question is, for Ku, do you do it? Do I do it? Or do I bring in...
You do it.
Okay, I'll do it then.
Were you gonna bring in somebody?
I was about to say, I could bring in a mysterious third party.
A mysterious third party.
Was Colors doing a Neko Arc impression? That's just so Neko Arc impression and Small Colors is essentially the same character.
So Neko Arc, I'm not doing an impression. That's just my high pitched voice. But if I add a little gremlin to it, it becomes yay.
For those who don't know, there is a video of Colors as Neko Arc on my channel for one video. It is very cringe and it makes me happy.
I love it.
It is very good. Colors offers you pilk. Do you take it? Alright, so you know what? Because of the fact that Colors is here,
Agiba?
Hey, Steel, would you want to do a line for us?
He's at work. I don't think he could record.
Okay, if he's at work, then never mind.
He's viewing when he should be doing
All right.
things.
In that case, Steel has been disqualified. Hey, Devin, would you want to record a thing real quick? One line.
I'm sorry, Steel. I just know that you don't have recording stuff at the moment.
All
and
right.
This needs to be done today. Agiba.
All right. Let me send this over to you. Devin will become that guy.
Think gonna rule of cool this.
Rule of cool? Rule of cool?
The anatomy actually doesn't make any sense, but because it's just like dynamic perspective, and also because we're trying to go for the funny, I'm actually deleting some parts that wouldn't actually make sense in an anatomy kind of way. Don't think about it too hard. I kind of cut off half her brain.
I mean, please understand, I love Studio Trigger. What? There we go. Okay, so now.
Less brain, the better.
I have no brain whatsoever, excuse me? Alright, so, we're gonna start doing the recording. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going into Audition, and I'm going to make a multi-track session. Normally, I wouldn't do it for something like this, but it's kind of a long script, and I like to be able to kind of go in and edit shit a little bit. So we're gonna call this the Mash Meltdown. And I'm gonna go here, go into my storage folder. We're gonna throw this over here real quick. Lines. And I'm gonna be making a folder specifically for this. Mash Meltdown. And okay. Sorry for the screaming. You just vibrate anytime that game is meant. Do not worry. Fucking people can all caps in my stream. I am totally fine with that. Oh, yeah. This is 13 Sentinels music. I'm a 13 Sentinels enjoyer. I think that may have been one of the best, like, narrative-driven games produced in, like, the past decade. It's so strong.
Would you want me to put the text bubbles in here, or would you want to make it yourself?
I would say put the text bubbles in there, because I would like to kind of show people how to separate text bubbles out with a pre-existing comic. Because I think that's the hard part for a lot of people.
Okay, so you want me to actually, like, keep it as one image then, so you could show how to separate it?
Exactly.
Okay, so don't separate it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like I can make this easy for you. You have the artist on hand, but...
Yeah, but the thing is, no, people don't usually have the artist on hand. And, like, I want to have characters separate, but, like, I think that, like, separating characters is a completely different skill.
Yeah, that's gonna take a lot of work, so...
Alright, so now, we're gonna get into recording. One day, I'll be the person
Can you send me the text then, so that way I know how to format it?
Yes, 1 second. Let me save this as a script. DocX, if you would. Mash Meltdown. My apologies, I completely forgot that you actually also needed the script.
It's okay. I'm just visuals. Who needs writing?
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm still sending a script over. Plus, you know, it's gonna help for letting you record your Remy line.
Yay!
Alright, let me go into here. But a favorite protagonist, I'm trying to think here. trying to remember his name. I'm always so bad at it. I'm always so bad with names. Don't believe that's it. No. What the fuck is his name?
Say my name, say my name.
Ba 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 ba.
Ba 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 da, ba 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 da ba da ba da.
It's the fucking yakisoba pan guy. I always forget his name. Because it's been so long since I fucking played it that I have forgotten so many character names.
I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm gonna just sit here and vibe.
It's alright. It's alright. One day you'll play 13 Sentinels and you'll see that it's peak fiction.
No, I already know it is. My friend worked on the game, so...
There we go. Easy. Hizuyama! Hizuyama! Hi! Hizuyama desu! That him. Big... Love that guy. Love that fucking guy. Hey, Colors, can you do a scribble real quick?
Yes, what kind of squibble you want?
Just something that is easily seen.
Okay.
Okay, we're still good. We're still good. I needed to make sure that the feed was still working. So, Choco, almost all of my wrestling knowledge comes from osmosis because I know people that are actually like wrestlers in like the local industries, and Super Eye Patch Wolf. So, like, a lot of my wrestling knowledge is like from osmosis between wrestling fans, people in the industry, and Super Eye Patch Wolf. So, trust me, I know what it feels like to be a wrestling poser. All right, so we're going to arm our track for recording. And let's just go through this. Essentially, when I record, normally I'm in my booth. But obviously, that would be a little too much effort to set up between the two different machines. Because I use a separate computer for recording. So we're just going to be recording here on stream. And we're gonna work through it. I'm gonna treat this the same way that I would a normal recording session, which means I'm probably gonna be doing multiple takes.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do this, chat. For those wondering, I have the script open in another window. Let me get some water. And we're going to run through this.
Woo!
So, hit record.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right. It all looks good, senpai. And we're just going to have the script up here. I apologize that I have my LibreOffice in light mode. I'm that fucking guy right now. But here we go. Actually, real quick.
I just realized, because I have a visual reference, I am going to pull this visual reference up over here on the side. And have this just available to me.
Yeah.
Here we go. Because I will say right now for voice acting, the more information you have, the better. So having a quick little comic panels right here for the expression can help a lot. You don't always get that though. But, you know, you take what information you can. All right, here we go. Like a character bio / yes, exactly. So like because a lot of the time on a side, you're going to get a paragraph of info that you got to work with. And that's all you get. Sometimes you get an illustration though. Illustration can help a lot. Sometimes you get voice references that people want, and you can use that as information. Sometimes you have a Japanese version to work off of. That shit helps a lot. But yeah, sometimes you just go in blank though. All right, here we go.
Testing 1, 2. All right, we're good. Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
All right, so there's our first take. I will, BBC, British Broadcasting. Blah. British Broadcasting Channel, not the other thing. We're Type Moon fans, but chill. All right. So that was like kind of unhinged. I think I could go more unhinged. I was about to say, Choco, I think you're right. I was gonna say I can go harder with this. I think I can go harder with this. All right, so
Okay, so it's been on my mind lately, and I just can't get over it, you know? Like, Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. I mean, Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang! And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century! Watson is not a robot!
how's that, chat? I feel pretty good about that one. Went into happy chaos there for a bit. Good. That means I was getting fucking drained.
Oh shit.
But I don't know. We got any notes, colors, chat? You're my directors right now. We can probably do one more take if we want. Do we have any notes? Because I went more maniacal. Like, I'm just so sick and tired.
That is very maniacal. I was kind of wondering if you... I'm assuming you're going to take out the clapping, reverby sound from your mic.
100%, yes.
Yeah. No, I'm loving the energy from it. I don't want to... I don't want to change it.
I think I know one thing I want.
Yeah?
I'm going to do this one more time, but it's going to be like... We're going to start off small, and it is going to, like, get more shaky. Like... I just can't even keep this up! Like... Is there a specific way I want this rendered? Wave, please. Alright, I have an idea for how we can escalate this. We're gonna start small, and it's gonna get more, like, shaking anger until it gets to the point where she is trembling. That's what I'm thinking. All right, we're going to be thinking of bad take Twitter for the last one. Okay.
What do you mean I have to listen to the opinions of fucking teenagers?
Okay. I think we got this. One more once.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery. Ah! There we go. Yeah, we finally had a flub. Fuck me, I guess. Okay. Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot! Bullshit.
I gotta giggle. I gotta giggle. I gotta giggle. That's all I needed. Let's go. Yeah, because I was like, I wanted to start small and find the point to escalate. And in this script in particular, I think the point of escalation is the fucking boomerang.
Yes.
Bringing that Sonic's arms are not blue energy to this. Wait, they're not? No, they're not blue!
No, they're not blue!
They're like skin colored.
Yeah! Oh no, are we going through this?
Oh
Are we
no.
going through this? Oh no!
I can't tell if I'm being baited. All right. So, we have our audio now. Let's take a listen to it ourselves. Let's see if I'm
Yes.
happy with it.
Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
Okay, yeah, that's good. I like that. Actually. Ah, shit.
Swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my...
Oh, that was super nasally. Okay, we'll go through these, and then if I need to record any pickups, I can.
Mm-hmm.
Is the stream dipping for anyone else? I'm not seeing any dropped frames or anything. Let me know if there's any stuff, because I'm running higher powered programs than I am normally. All right. Also, my audio is technically pre-mixed here. SK_PX, thank you for follow. So, my audio right now is technically pre-mixed. But, normally what I would do is from here, I will start throwing on some of the stuff for my effects rack. So for this, I'm going to throw on some EQ. And we're going to knock out all of the low bands of the EQ. And we're going to mess with some stuff here. So, in terms of audio mixing, EQ is the building blocks to your audio. And knowing the frequencies and what they contain can help in general with some of your mixing. I'm still not fantastic at it, but I know enough and have some presets that help me. So I know I have kind of a natural nasal sound to my voice a lot of the time, especially because I didn't do any nasal spray today before stream. So at around the 1000, right? This is where nasal lives. So we're going to cut that by about 2 decibels. We're going to cut our 1.4K by about 2 decibels. And we would be fine there. And then there's some other stuff that you can kind of do. But, like, I don't usually use this effect for a lot of that unless I'm super fine-tuning. So we're going to save that. We're going to go into the parametric equalizer. This is generally what a lot of people use, is this little line. So in Audition, I use the vocal enhancer. It cuts out all of the icky stuff under here, and it raises the higher frequency of your voice. The high frequency is that bright, sparkly part of your voice, essentially. And this raises a few lower ends, while also lowering a lot of the middle part of your voice, where like some of your nasal is. So right here where it says like 1K, I'm gonna lower that a bit, I think. Actually, no, I think we're good here. EQ is kind of bullshit. I would recommend looking up an EQ cheat sheet. That is probably like the easiest way to get started on that. But we're going to be throwing on a parametric equalizer. I'm going to be throwing on a de-esser. Yep. No, yeah, that should be fine. Because the de-esser, what that does is it gets rid of the harsh sounds that you have. And then finally, we will throw on... Should I throw on like a slight reverb to this?
I think as it starts getting like unhinged or becomes completely unhinged.
Yeah, because it's like I could throw in a slight reverb because she is in a car. So real quick though, we're also gonna add a compressor. Not a multi-band. We want a single band compressor. If I can find that, there we go. And we're gonna hit it with the radio leveler. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna basically make it so that like everything in terms of the volume is raised and lowered to meet a very specific threshold in terms of, I believe, not going past 0. Does a car do that to audio? Generally speaking, I think cars are actually pretty good for it, though there would be a very slight amount because you are surrounded by hard surfaces. It wouldn't be like extreme reverb. It'd be like maybe something like this. Like a very small amount of reverb. Like, yeah, I'd say maybe like here. Maybe not even that. Nah, even that's too much.
Yeah.
Like,
Cars have some, but they're actually really good. Like some people have done recordings in it because it is meant to like take down some sound.
yeah, exactly. I'd say there could be a very small amount for the yelling, but I'd say for the most part, usually what I do is I'll add a graphic equalizer to cut out the low frequencies, parametric equalizer with the vocal enhancer in Premiere, where you're essentially raising the high frequencies and lowering a couple of the mid frequencies and knocking out the lowest frequencies, because for those that don't know, from like 0 to about 60, that's like just room noise. That's shit that you don't hear unless you're an elephant. So most recordings, you want to knock out like the lowest frequencies. No, yeah, I know generally a lot of people will do auditions in cars. I was just thinking if she's yelling towards the window, that might reverb.
That makes sense.
But I think in general, I think we're fine without the reverb. All right, so let's take a listen to this.
A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot.
This is fucking clipping, and I would never use this for an audition. But if it were just a personal project or whatever the fuck we're doing right now, it's like some Smiling Friends shit of clipping, if anything, makes it funnier. because it's clipping, but the compressor that I had on the microphone is like keeping it from peaking, which is so funny. Oh, Devin, you should be fine. All right, now we're gonna bring Devin's audio in. Ah, Devin, this is totally fine. This is totally fine. Thank you very much, Devin. I appreciate you. Clipping is great for shit posts. Also, Guilty Gear is good because all of the audio and plus are clips.
That's amazing.
Also, God Hand has clipping audio, and it's very funny. All right, so what we're going to do with Devin here is he sent me a stereo file, which is fine. We are going to extract the channels to be mono. And I'm going to take Devin's audio and place it on a separate track as a mono file. Now let's take a listen to what Devin gave us. How quiet you are in comparison. Devin, my microphone has a ton of pre-built effects on it. The audio you gave me is a little quiet. It is fine, I promise.
Quieter's better than louder.
I feel like normally, yeah, because it's like, if you're a little too quiet, I can bump you up, but if you're clipping or too loud, it's like, yeah, nah, there's no saving that shit.
Okay, I need to rush this. I'm being too careful with this. This is a shit post.
Will that be cash or quartz?
And plus, Devin, once I put like the compressors and shit on this, it's not gonna matter. So I'm going to do something more or less the same as what I did here. These microphones are not going to sound exact because my mic has a gajillion effects already on it, unfortunately. You're always too nervous to be loud. You see, I have the unfortunate, the unfortunate condition of I'm just too loud by design.
Hello, my name is Colorbruz, and I'm neurodivergent and have no volume control.
Will that be cash or quartz? Will that be cash or quartz?
Let's see here.
Will that be cash or... So, will that be cash or quartz?
Let's see here.
So, will that be cash or quartz?
All right, I think I'm feeling this take. We'll put that aside.
So will that be cash? Yeah. So, will that be cash or quartz?
Oh my god, that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's actually really good. This is my favorite one so far.
Will that be cash or quartz? So, will that be cash or quartz? Ugh. So, will that be cash or quartz?
Or
So, will that be
don't
cash
change
or
a damn thing.
quartz?
This one's good. I like this one.
So, will that be cash or quartz? I hope that's enough for you, Mr. Muffler Man.
It is. Thank you, Devin. All right. I think this is the winner.
So, will that be cash or quartz?
So we're just gonna get that.
So, will that be cash or quartz?
I also like this one. It has big Squidward energy.
So, will that be cash or quartz?
All right. I have my two from Devin that I'm gonna work with. Now, we have this surgical like process music, which is real good because I'm gonna go through Devin's audio here real quick.
Will that be cash or quartz?
Let's look at the de-esser.
So, will that be cash or quartz? Will that be cash or quartz?
That should be more or less fine. Let's try a low voice de-esser on this.
So, will that be cash or quartz? So, will that be cash or quartz?
Honestly, like, you barely have any in your audio in the first place. There's really not a lot that I actually really need to work with. Just the default shit is honestly fine. You have no volume control. I'm a little all over the place. Of the yelling. Fucking, I think every day about the Tom and Jerry scream that you can audibly hear the clipping on the mic and the reverb of the room. Like, you could tell that, like, their recording booths were not built for that shit, and it's so funny. Holy fuck. Alright, so... I'm just gonna kind of leave my audio as this big brick for right now. We're gonna export this as the Mash Meltdown. We're gonna go into storage. Gonna go into my lines folder. Actually, you know what? No. We're gonna go into my shitpost folder. And we're gonna make a new folder called Mash Meltdown. And now we're getting to the point where I can start building out a timeline. You are here late? Do not worry. We are still going. And I'm going to save this as a wave. Because usually when I'm editing audio, I am working with it. I like to have wave files because wave files have more information, which means if I use any effects or compressors or anything on them in Premiere, which I usually add a compressor onto everything when I'm done, it is better information. Or it is better sounding because there's more audio information. Alright, so that's going to be Ku. Bam. Bam. Now let's see. I am done with the audio mixing on what I have. So, let's see. I'm seeing the coloring happening, and it makes me very happy.
Yeah, sorry, art takes time, so I'm going to go on my rush mode now.
Take all the time that you feel you would want to take.
It is a shitpost. I do not need to take that much time.
All good then. Alright, so now we're gonna open Premiere. Tom screams give me so much life. Alright, so now we're gonna go into a new project. We're gonna browse. Don't pay no attention to what it is that you're currently reading on screen. The words that you see are a lie.
I still don't have the script, by the way.
Oh, I thought I sent it to you. I'm stupid. Oh, I see what happened. I got distracted. Okay. Alright. There you go. I am Xiaoyi.
You okay?
Alright.
I forgive you.
I hope you do, because if not, then I'll never live this down. Alright. Mash Meltdown. And we're making a Premiere file. Feels so weird to be editing on stream.
I know, right? You're just kind of like, now the whole world knows what I'm doing.
Alright, so this is Adobe Premiere. This is what I basically made money on for the past 8 years. Yeah, this has been my money-making program for like the longest time. And I can't stop using it yet, unfortunately. So what we're going to do is we are going to make a new sequence. It's going to be 1080, 60 frames per second. And we are gonna bring in our assets here. So, go into my shitpost folder. And in this shitpost folder, I have a Mash Meltdown folder. There it is. And we're going to bring in our audio. Because for those of you who don't know, I tend to do my audio first. Because for me personally, if I'm working on a project that is like a parody of something, it's easier to get the audio all together first than it is for me to make visuals from nothing. So now, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to kill the music here in a second, but that's fine. We're about to see some real boring shit. Alright, yeah, it's time for the boring shit. What is a good... Actually, I think I can keep the music going for now. Just lower volume a bit. There we go. Okay. Oh, this is why you should always separate your takes with claps.
Sherlock Holmes.
Okay, so there's our third take that we knew we liked. Let's listen to some of these earlier takes. Rip peak music. Look, I love Zero Escape just as much as the next guy. All right, let's take a listen to some of these.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
There's something about this delivery that I actually kind of like.
Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense?
The reverb in the back makes it sound so crusty.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of
No, yeah, this is from VLR, I'm pretty sure.
writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it.
The fucking took you out. I mean, that's what it's there for.
Just to take you out.
Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course...
Ooh, yeah, it's the third take. It's the third line on that last take that takes it home for me.
know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
All right, so we're gonna cut this a little short,
Life.
just to take out that breath.
Darn life. Oh, and of course, don't get... And of course...
We're gonna cut that a bit. Blech.
Of course...
Move that there.
Don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century! Watson! Watson!
We can extend that slightly.
Watson is not... Watson is not a robot!
All right, so let's hear this as is, but let's throw a little track under it, chat. What are we thinking here in terms of a backing track? I think I have a general idea on what I can use. So I could do Ace Attorney. Let me go into my music folder. I have the entirety of the Monogatari OST. Goku Ultra Instinct. The Egyptian God theme. Okay, hang on. Hear me out. So we're gonna have... Where the fuck is my media player? There it is. Okay, we're gonna close. We're gonna pause that for now. Too chill. Too chill. Nah. I'm just going through the Rose Guns Days soundtrack right now, and I'm reminded of just how fucking butt rock this fucking track is. I might actually use this. So something chill then heavy is what I'm pushing for. Let's see, because a lot of the time I'll use Rose Guns Days, but I think that unless, let's see, what do we got here? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, da, da, da. If you have never played Rose Guns Days, please do. It's very good. It is one of my favorite VNs. Nah. I know I have the Umineko soundtrack somewhere, but that might not vibe either. Oh, hang on. Hang on, is this the track that I think it is? Hang on. There we go. We're just gonna put this in the window. We're doing a soundtrack journey together. The amount of times that I have used this track in videos is mind-numbing. All right, we're gonna move this. There we go. Now we got this. I love this show. This show's so good.
Doing. Fuck.
This is the daily lives of high school boys. Ooh, hang on. Chat, I think I found it. I need to find a very particular track. There we go. We got it. We found it. We found peak.
What files would you like this to be sent to you by?
PS. Would you be possible to do PSD?
Absolutely.
Okay, yes, PSDs, please.
Okay. So, and then you said to try and make it into a way where the
Text
is
bubbles and text are combined.
and are combined. Okay.
Yes, characters separate.
Character separate, background separate, or background
I would say characters separate from the backgrounds. On the last panel, it doesn't really matter because the characters
Okay.
aren't really going to be moving, but I'm going to be animating and making MASH kind of squash and stretch a bit.
Okay, cool.
That's
cool,
the main reason.
All right, let's start out with the first frame, then I'll send that to you soon.
Yeah. Okay. So we found our track. We're gonna go with the Blaze Blue haha funny memes the song. Crash jump scare. Crash has been hanging for a bit.
Yeah, Crash has been here.
Unless we're talking about the car crash that I just caused like 30 minutes ago.
So that was you?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I made sure that it missed your house on purpose. You're lucky. Next time
It's
you
because
might
you
not
want to
be
trap
so
me
lucky.
here. You're just trying to trap me in the flames, aren't you?
Maybe I am.
Now you're just making me look like a bad guy.
Soul?
So we're gonna mix this audio here real quick. Okay. So, what might have happened while your internet was down? We were just going through music. Heavy Day intensifies.
I give a...
Wait a minute. Okay, so we're gonna do 2 tracks actually. We're gonna have it start off as comedy, which also I'm gonna do -30 for music. Generally speaking, I'll do anywhere between -25 to -30 for music.
Sherlock Holmes.
All right, so we're gonna move this around a bit. Have this music come in just a little sooner. Shorten just a little more. And then bring our audio in over here. Like a background feel to not distract. Yes. And if it's a little quiet, that is fine, because I am going to be adding a little extra thing in Premiere that helps bring the audio up generally. Because in Premiere, in fact, I can do it right now just to kind of show what it is that I do to make my audio kind of pop. But first off, let's hear it real quick, right?
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it.
And then we're going to cut this here. And we're going to have it fade a little bit at the end.
And yet, I swear to God, I swear to God.
So now we're going to find our next track here. This all helps you immensely. All you can do is decent voice and... No, it's all good. It's all good. We're all learning. We're all learning.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone is here to learn. So we have this. Now let's get something a little more intense. What are we feeling, chat? Xrd or Metal Gear Rising? Very important question. I feel like I just asked a question that is impossible to answer. MGR is always funny. All right, so that's 1 for MGR, that's 1 for GG, that's 2 for Xrd. Start blasting the instrumental of Big Blast Sonic. Hang on here. Might be Xrd. Okay, let's try it a bit then. Because what I was thinking...
Oh, whoops, I forgot to color her tie in that one that I sent you. Let me send you a better one.
It is okay. I've not even touched the visuals yet.
Fantastic.
So we're going to cut to kind of like this little midpoint here, because it immediately starts at like a big push. So
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's master...
We're going to go -20, not 35. I'm going to go -25, and I'm kind of loud, so I'm going to put my music here at -25.
Class of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
And then let's get ourselves a bit of sound effects here. So, I think this is what I want here. Yes. This is a pop. And we're going to have this music keep playing. But now, we're going to put a low pass filter on it. Which is going to make it sound muffled. Like a desk slam. I'm going to be working on the soundscape for MASH here in a sec. But... So here's what it's going to sound like. The muffle is actually kind of good. I don't like this pop, though. This is not the pop that I wanted. There's a pop that I like a lot. No. No, okay. Hey, oh, I think I remember where it is. I have, like, this fucking folder full of just, like, sound effects, essentially, from all sorts of shit. If you are wondering where I get the majority of my sound effects, a lot of these were some old forums. However, if you are ever looking for sound effects, I highly recommend heading over to something called the Sound Resource. It's like the Spriters resource, but it's nothing but sound effects. We're gonna go into Naruto. Is this the
boy.
one? No, it's not that one. Fuck. I have like a comedic pop noise that I use on the regular, and I cannot remember because I'm on stage and I'm nervous.
I know.
Oh, whoa. No, there is somewhere. There's some goddamn cartoon-ass goddamn sound effects here. That's it. That was it. It's literally called Awkward Moment, and I'm like, mood. Alright, and then from there, this is where Colors' line is going to go, and then we can already put Devin's in. You know that one? It's very good.
So, will that be cash or quartz? So will that be cash or quartz?
All right, yeah, we're going with Squidward Coup. We're going with Squidward Coup.
So will that be cash or quartz?
You and a small group are organizing an MBAACC Shiki Battle Royale tournament for NA and LAN. Definitely not inspired by my videos about it. Would you perhaps be interested in casting? Huh? Not what I expected. When is it going on? It would depend on timing, but let me know. And that is something we still don't have a set date, so the date is flexible, but past next week. Okay, honestly, hit my DMs up. I would definitely be interested, but I'd definitely like to know a little more before I immediately just say yes. But I am definitely interested. Hit me up on like Discord or Twitter. 100%. Should be RedMufflerMan on Discord. Also, Regalis, thank you for the raid. How you doing, homie? How's the editing going? We were doing some Shadowverse. Editing is going good. We have our preliminary audio skeleton that we are working on. Colors is close to being done with the comic portion. And I only need one line from Colors, which I'm assuming they will record once the actual brunt of the work is done with the comic. And we're close. We're actually going to hit our deadline, I think.
Yay!
The editor-in-chief is not going to throw us to the wolves. So, you know, while I'm just sort of rambling, There we go. Let's get a little more of our music back on. Send you the stuff. Also loving the stream. Editing is fun. I'm a big fan of like stuff like this. It's just that a lot of people don't do shit like this, and that's kind of the reason why I decided fuck it. Why not just do an editing stream? All right, so we have our sound effect for that. Let's kind of flesh out the MASH soundscape here, because like she's going fucking nuts, and we could do something to kind of bring a little more oomph into all of it with kind of just building a soundscape. So I'm gonna give this a listen, and I'm gonna see what kind of ideas I can come up with here.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot...
Okay, I feel a good sound effect here would be good. Let's, I feel like we look in the Ace Attorney sound effects. I use so many Ace Attorney sound effects, you have no fucking idea. Alright, let's try with the most obvious one. Let's add another audio track. Add track. That is not what I wanted. I wanted to add an audio. I'm gonna commit a crime. There we go. I did it. How much of this will be on the final exam? You're already being tested on it, Ackle. You better have been listening. All right, Ackle, question. What's a compressor? Go.
I swear to God, we cannot get a...
We'll go -20.
I swear to God.
And we're going to have it kind of play a little bit before the music starts.
I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
Let's see here. Do I have something that could be like an earthquake kind of sound, I feel, is what I want here. Watson could be a robot, in theory. That is not the Fire Emblem crit noise. That's the Phoenix Wright objection sound. Should be there.
Oh, and of course, to save my gosh.
Wait, it did get cut. Hang on, let me.
Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boom. Oh, and
I cut it out without realizing. There we go.
And what is this mind palace
There we go. That's actually a big part of the joke.
nonsense? Gosh darn life.
Because I was like, this feels short. I felt like something was missing from it. I'm a professional.
Have you seen BBC? Gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. Have you?
And there's a line missing here.
Have you? Gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace boomerang?
And then we'll cut this.
Boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course,
Then we extend this.
don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson.
We're going to give that a little more room to breathe here.
Watson is not a robot.
Just a little more room to breathe on these.
Is not a robot.
And then
just a little bit of differential here.
And one thing that I like to keep in mind whenever I'm doing edits is if I'm doing like sound effect stuff, I will let the sound effect or whatever I am using to transition from one point to the other play slightly earlier than when the transition actually happens, because it brings the effect home a little more of a change happening. So if you have the sound effect here, then like it plays here about a frame or two before the music changes, and this is where the visual change is also going to be. So because you have the start of the sound effect leading in, it makes the actual visual change whenever I get to that a little clearer. And these are the type of things that I think about when I am putting together a soundscape for my edits. And right now, definitely seems a little empty. A lot of this will come together once I have the visuals to go along with it. And it's a difference of a couple of frames, but it helps just a little bit. It has a name, but I've completely forgotten. Most of my editing tech, I've just kind of learned by feel. I went to school and shit for it. If I had to, like, say named shit, I know what a match cut is. I know what a Dutch angle is. I know what a dolly shot is. That's all I remember. J cut? That sounds like it might be right. It is called a J cut. I remember it because H Bomber Guy made a joke about it in one of their videos. It's either a J cut or an L cut.
So will that be cash or quartz?
A lot of my shit I learned kind of just through vibes. All right, so now we're going to listen through this again.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
So if you've probably noticed, audio in general doesn't really go past -6 on the meter.
Conan Doyle's masterclass of...
So what I like to do is when I'm working with audio, and we've kind of heard a run through at this point, I like to throw on a broadcast compressor to everything, which helps kind of, it essentially brick walls the audio up to about -1, which you're going to see the difference here. So like right now, the music is there, and we might even lower it a bit.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
But it's still in the background. So let's go into our audio track mixer and add... And for those that don't know, the audio track mixer in Premiere is essentially a thing that lets you throw audio effects onto audio tracks. What I am doing is I'm throwing an effect onto the entire mix of the video. You can accomplish this in other programs as well, but you would want to look as to what it is that you're doing. You throw a compressor and EQ onto your stuff, same. What up, Shane? We're about to use your favorite tech, the broadcast compressor.
Woo!
Multiband compressor. And we're going to double click that. And we're going to select broadcast. Now, you heard what it was like before. So here's what it sounds like now.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
Did I put it on the wrong thing? I put it on the wrong thing, chat. I'm so fucking pretty, dude.
You're gorgeous. Have you thought about, like, running for a beauty pageant? I'm just,
One day.
saying.
All right, here
One
we go.
day.
This is where it's supposed to go. So, multiband. Double click this and broadcast. There we go. Now it should be...
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
It brings it up to around -0.
Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
So will that be cash or quartz?
Oh my god!
You okay?
I heard Devin's audio come in and it fucking destroyed me. Alright, so Devin needs to go up slightly, but not by much, because I still want him to be a little quiet.
So will that be cash or quartz?
The fact that it's the karaoke version and still has the backup vocals and it's muffled adds to this it adds so much. I will say right now, adding a low pass filter onto music to make it sound like it's playing in the environment adds so much to a soundscape. And it can make it so fucking funny. House MD! I mean, to be fair, I will say right now, I actually love Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century, but when I was a child, I hated that shit. Because I was the kid that was like, coolest thing ever. This thing fucking sucks, actually. That was me. I was that kid. I was insufferable. Oh, ride the fire in the other room. It's perfect. It's beautiful. All right. And we already have the PSDs. Thank you, colors.
2 of them anyways. We're gonna go through all of this. I'm still working.
Hey, it's all good. 2 of 4 panels is definitely acceptable. So we're gonna...
Art takes a long time, y'all.
Uh...
The fact that I am making a full-ass comic within this time frame, it's only been 2 hours and 30 minutes? And I'm busting these out. I'm just saying, I'm giving myself props here.
You are good. You are good at what you do, in the same way that, like, I hear people struggle with like these types of edits, and I'm like, oh, I bust this shit out in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I understand where it is that you're coming from. Meanwhile, for me, it's if I try to do traditional art, my brain explodes. Yeah, pay your fucking artists. Okay, so we're gonna go into storage, shitposts, and in the shitpost folder, so... Alright. Now we're getting our next PSA. Folder structure! Chat, when you are editing, make sure that you put a good folder structure in place. I have a little bit of a messy shit here, but that's fine because this project is small. But for this, I'm going to be making an images folder. And this is going to contain all of the images from the comic. I usually also have an audio folder, as well as a whole bunch of other folders for anything miscellaneous. So for example, for my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, let's go into... Ignore the Yaoi Greymon folder. I might be working on something. Alright, so for my Yu-Gi-Oh shitposts, I have an After Effects folder for whenever I have to make anything in After Effects. I have backgrounds, I have cards, I have an export folder for anything that I export. This is like everything that I exported along the way, like either showing some people, or a TikTok version, or the final, or the Twitter preview, stuff like that. From there, you have all of the final audio that I worked with, all of the footage that I used, which contained recorded clips and converted episodes, graphics that included, like, life point counters, all of that stuff. I keep clicking off because I keep missing with my mouse. Various shots. Like, these are all of Joey's shots. These were all of Kaiba's shots. And I have folders for each individual shot to make things easier on myself, because good organization makes everything easier. Monsters, screenshots, special thanks. Oh yeah, that was my Patreon thing. In general, good folder structure is so fucking important for making your life easier. and clean up the audio, you know what? Like, work at your own pace, do what it is you feel you gotta do. There's a lot of ways that can definitely streamline audio, though, in my opinion. So we have the images now. I'm gonna... Let's work on panel 1, chat. I'm gonna also take this audio mixer. We're gonna close this. I don't need it. And we're gonna bring in the first Mash Meltdown panel. We're gonna bring these in as individual layers. And that makes it so that the panel comes in with a little folder. So now we have our graphics. We're gonna bring in our white background. And I'm just gonna kind of extend it to last. And now we have Mwash. Bam. All right, so if I recall here, we're gonna have Mash over here. And then we have our text bubble. So one of the things that I always see people struggle with is text bubbles. Because a lot of people will usually just kind of leave the text bubbles as is and like not bring them in, but then they want to do like the Persona 4 style thing where they want to have like the words come in with like each one, because I think that shit's really cool. So we're gonna have the text bubble be animated. We're gonna animate the text bubble in time with what Mash is saying. And that's what we're going to work on first. So, let's kill our music here, because we got to work with the audio.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
All right, so first things first. We're going to bring in a color matte.
What?
Going to be white. Everything okay?
Why
Oh,
am I a mat?
don't you like being stepped on?
Whoa, hey, I didn't ask. Whoa! Hey! I thought we were keeping this clean!
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, that was funny!
You set up the layup. I had to get the
I
follow-up.
absolutely did.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. So average Muffler Man co-host reaction. Okay. So what we're doing here is this is just a color matte. And what I tend to do is it's a little bass-ackwards, but if you want to do something in Premiere without just separating the text in like Photoshop and making it separate layers, this is the way I like to do it. So we're going to lower the opacity on the color matte. And we have the first line that Mash says. So we're going to have Sherlock Holmes is a rich and storied history all come in together. So we're going to take the pen tool and we're going to cut a little mask here on our color matte. Right here. This is kind of a caveman edit, but for comic dubs, I tend to do a lot of caveman edits. That's just how it is. And now we turn the opacity back up. It's solid. We're going to turn the feather off. We can't really see. I am aware now. So what we're going to do, bam. And I'll do that again. So we're going to shrink Colors' artwork here. Put it up there. No, Devin, I was aware. I'm very pretty. Now we can see it. So let's do this again. So color matte. We're going to turn the opacity down. And we're going to get the pen tool. And we're going to draw a mask around this first line. And what this is going to do is it's going to hide this first bit of the text. So we turn on the opacity, and now this text is gone. And it matches the white that Colors used in the background, so it hides it. And that's usually what I'll do for text bubbles. So, and then when I want to reveal it, it's as simple as bringing the color mat right around to the end of the line, throwing on a dissolve at the end, and just letting it fade.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
It's super easy. Super duper easy. And now I just take this color mat, I put it on a new track, move it forward again, turn the opacity, well, delete the mask, because we need a new mask, turn the opacity back down.
Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it.
And now, once again, mask out all of this text. And mask off, opacity back. Bring it roughly to where I need it. So about here, yeah.
Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it.
And that's the easiest way, in my opinion, to do text bubble reveals. I'm losing my mind seeing the background that you did for the really fucking passionate match. I love her.
I figured it would be fun to have something a little spicy in one of the panels.
You white out portions of the text and then make multiple images and put them in order. I feel like I just broke some people's brains.
Wait, how so?
Because apparently no one thought to use this method when they do their comic dumps in chat. Trents, you've missed Devin and Crash both being like, no fucking way. You'll never be as pretty as me. All right, so now that I have this, so Colors was a very wonderful soul and has gratefully, we're gonna, let's see here. We're gonna make a little change, which means we're going to have to muck around with a few things. But that's fine. We're going to size these down a bit. And there's a method to this. Trust me. Now that I've sized it, I need to move it ever so slightly. There we go. Because I want the whole text bubble in frame. For now. Okay. Perfect. Now what we're going to do is we're going to combine the color mat with our text bubble image. Gonna make that.
And yet.
So now we select these three and we hit Shift U. What that does is it makes our text bubble into one image, which means now we can scale it and have it move and do whatever the fuck we want with it while it keeps the animation reveal. So it means I can do something like this.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
So, we're going to have Mash kind of move into the frame a bit. We're going to, with some positioning keyframes, and then in spatial, we're going to make those linear. And we're going to put some ease on these keyframes.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
I'd say we can put a little more motion on this. There we go.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing.
And now we can size up our text box a bit. And this is where we're going to want it to be. position, scale. And then we're going to use some opacity. Make that 100% on opacity. Ease these, and
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history.
if we wanted to do like a text bubble animation. I don't know if I want to do it because it feels like a little too much.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented...
I feel like it's kind of like, let's try slowing it down. Nah. I just don't think I like that. I don't think we need the animation of the text bubble. I think we can leave the text bubble static, but have Mash kind of move a bit.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing
I'm
almost
gonna
single...
get creative with some of these text bubbles, so that way you gotta do more work for people to see.
Shit. Gotta use the old Phoenix Wright look from the other perspective. All right, so I'd say for the most part, this panel right here, we got it.
handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet...
And now, I think we're good to go into our other next panel. So here's Mash Meltdown, panel 2, individual layers. And now we have these. We're just going to keep the background as is, because it's already white. Ooh, I think... Okay. Ooh, colors. Could I actually ask one thing of you real quick?
No!
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, could I get a version with Mash where the speed lines are actually separate from her?
Can do.
Hi. How does Mash feel about Sherlock Holmes? She thinks it's bullshit, and she wants his head on a fucking platter. How dare you rob the Doyle estate of precious, precious money that they obviously need? Of course, if she ever found Sherlock Holmes, she would never be able to defeat him because of his noble phantasm. Fucking nonsense. Sherlock Holmes is undefeatable. He is a demigod. The artist fighting back for the mat. Oh my god. So, all right. I'm gonna get a little creative with this one. What font did you use, by the way, for this colors?
This one is called, oh god, what did I put onto it? Lafette, comic font. It's one of the official comic fonts that they use in comics themselves.
Gotcha. I was just curious.
Yeah, Lafayette Comic Pro. I will write it down for you in case you ever want it for yourself.
Hi. You have no idea. This is Mash from Fate Grand Order. Because we do the FGO live dub, and we have a bunch of headcanons for this character. And we're just like, fuck it. We're gonna go off of those headcanons and make a funny. Because, like, Colors and I have a bunch of other things that we probably also both like. But, like, there was nothing else that immediately jumped out at me. Like, I don't know, we could have done something with Ace Attorney, with,
Oh yeah, I probably could have.
Ace Attorney and Pride Month.
And that, Edgeworth's actual superpower is problem-solving and logic.
Problem-solving and... Ace Attorney Investigations 1 is such a fucking treat of a video game.
Alright, save as Pista.
Mash is a huge cutie patootie. I'm a big fan.
Super cutie.
Big fan of the Mash.
The French dude from him. I'm pretty sure it's a French font. The French always have like the fancy, nice official fonts, and we have to follow the rules for whatever reason.
I mean, Lafayette
Bastards.
sounds French, but also, Lafayette was also a county in Kentucky, so what the fuck do I know?
Pretty sure the French took over Kentucky at one point.
I think that actually is partially true.
I was just joking. What do you mean true?
Lucius, don't threaten me with a good time. I might do it.
You know what? There's your stupid French.
You only know MASH because she's in Lumina? I mean, it is because of Type Lumina that I started reading FGO on stream, because I got sick and tired of not knowing the game's story. Bro, I would need to practice that shit. My Japanese is already pretty bad. I can do some Japanese songs, but like I can do the Saint Seiya opening. I did that shit at karaoke last year at San Japan, and that shit was crazy.
Hell yeah.
And it was really funny because I had a Spanish guy in the room with me, and we were both doing karaoke of Saint Seiya together, which I feel is like some like cultural cross-pollination that is fucking perfect. Like, you cannot get better than that. IMO. Pegasus Fantasy is my shit. Shiki is just a self-replicating set. Just read Tsukihime. It comes out in July. I ain't got no money. I'm in the same boat where going to San Japan this year, I might be able to go, but it's gonna be a huge stretch if I can. I'm gonna try my best to go. But, oh, baby. The Spanish dub of Saint Seiya is very good. Alright, let's download this PSD. And cut. And we're going to paste this into our project folder. Export the new PSD. Individual layers. Los Caballeros de Zodiaco. No, it's Caballeros. Caballeros, I'm pretty sure. It is Caballeros. I hope I'm saying that right. My Spanish is dog water. All right, so here we have the eggplant. There's our lines. Okay, because what I'm going to do here with the lines...
And yet, I swear... And yet...
Okay. So... We're going to do... a little bit of a squash and stretch here. This is not going to be perfect, but I'm not shooting for perfect. I'm shooting for getting something done. We're
It's
gonna
about the
hit-
funny.
It is indeed about the funny. Wide mash! Here we go. 74. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm turning off uniform scale because we're going to go with the good old animation principle of squash and stretch. I need to make a cut there. Otherwise, I'm going to keep trapping myself in this vortex. There we go. Make that cut. Turn off these position keyframes. Turn them back on. Scale height. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 frames. And we're going to scale mash down a bit. And move her down. This might be too much. We'll do about 67. We can go more extreme with this. This is like an extreme emotional reaction. So I can push it a bit. Whoop. And then we're going to do the same here. We're going to turn off uniform scale on this. 84. And we're going to turn on position and height. We're going to scrunk her down here. And then we're going to compare. Probably scrunk her back up a bit. Okay, they're at about the same level now. Hey, yo, night-night, Shane. Take it easy.
Night-night.
1, 2, 3. And then shoot her up to about 91. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And bring her down to 84, which was the normal one. And bring her down to where I want her to be. And if you do it right,
And yet,
which I didn't do it right because I need more of a lead in. So this probably needs a few more frames. And that's the thing about doing animations like this, is that it's always some trial and error. Alright, let's try this again.
and yet.
We're close. We're close. We need a little more easing on these. So let's try putting the eases on. And then...
And yet.
Oh, okay, that looks good. That looks good.
And yet.
It's subtle, but it gives the pop. And I can probably add a small sound effect to this as well.
And yet. I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
And we're going to... there's a good way to do this. And I'm trying to figure it out.
And yet.
Ah! Wrong one. That's the text. Yeah, you're right. You're right, actually. Ace Attorney Desk Slam. Hold up. So, SFX... General, Desk Slam, and then, God, the Ace Attorney sound effects are just fucking bricks of wave. We'll go with minus 20 on that.
And yet.
And once again, we're gonna have that proceed by about 2 frames prior.
And yet. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation.
They started a Suki Re login campaign for FGO. Let's go! Okay. So now... we can cut the 13 Sentinels for a bit.
And yet. I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
You know what? I'm gonna take the slightly harder route here, because I think that it would make for a better transition. We're gonna cut this squash entirely, and I'll put some temp text here for now. And we're gonna go and yet, and I'm gonna do the blasphemy, and I'm gonna put this in Comic Sans. Yeah, Comic Sans, black. It looks so bad. But hear me out. There's a reason to my madness. I'm cooking.
Okay, I'm allowing it.
So we're gonna select our text, graphics, align, horizontal center.
And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my... I swear to God.
All right, that's kind of what I wanted to do with it. Now we have like a more solid transition going here, because like I wanted to have Mash be able to do a little more motion without being constrained. Because now that we cut to the white, it's almost like that bits in like a Shaft anime. If people have ever watched Monogatari, where they will cut to a frame and then immediately use that as a way to transition into something far more extreme.
And yet, I swear to God, we can...
All right, now we're gonna shrink down these speed lines, and we're gonna have these last about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames. Copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It pasted in the wrong place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Copy that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see what that looks like.
I swear to God, we
That's like the perfect rate. I'm a fucking genius.
cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock?
All right, so now we know that that's a good rate for flashing. We go 5 more frames. We paste, copy all of this again. 5 more frames, paste. This should be enough. Now we take all of these, Shift U, make that into a sequence, delete the audio that it brings in, and then bring in our emphasis lines. And now we can make them as long as we want.
I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me nonsense.
And then just bring these to about here. It's a bit of a pause that I'm not a fan of in the audio, so let's speed this up a bit.
Mind palace nonsense.
And then bring this in.
Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes and the...
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. There we go. You have not seen Monogatari, but you can see the comedy. No, yeah. Monogatari will do that a lot. There's a reason why people will compare Monogatari to watching a PowerPoint. And I think it's very funny. All right. There we go. Storage. Shit post. I constantly have to remind myself sometimes where my fucking folders are. Like, I'll be like, oh, hey, I'm working with them right now. Where the fuck are my folders again?
Where is it going?
Who? All right, panel 3. No, yeah, I know a lot of people will just compare Shaft shows to PowerPoints. And I think that they're very silly, but also, it's very funny. IMO. There we go. Panel 3 has been brought in. We'll bring those in as separate layers. Oh, you got a lot. I got a lot to work with here.
Exactly.
Hell yes. Okay. Now, this one is interesting because we can kind of bring in these text bubbles in interesting ways. But first, make sure we have the right one. Let's size this up. And really, for stuff like this, I will always size things to where I kind of want them to be in terms of like the final product. And then once I kind of know where I want them to be compositionally is when I will start messing around and kind of animating them. I have not seen that one, Choco, but that sounds fucking incredible. What? Okay. The shading on that is so fucking funny colors. Like, just the big shot, it looks so just nonchalant, like, she is in this fucking delusion, and it's just like, what the fuck are you even on?
Hello? Mash, you iron?
Mash, what the fuck? Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're actually going to separate this text box into 3. But we're going to animate the text first. So, just like last time, we are going to bring in the color mat. And we're going to listen to the audio, and we are going to animate to it accordingly.
I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
Okay, so that means we're going to mask here. Also, if I were making this a little more seriously, I would probably cut the and yet out of this text bubble and then redo the like text formatting. But because of the fact that I'm kind of just making this live, I'm like, nah, I don't need that little extra detail right now. I'm vibing because I want to try to get this done before midnight.
Fair.
Either before midnight or a little after. So we're gonna I'm gonna chalk that up to one of my allowed cut corners.
I swear to God.
So, now we're gonna have this fade in pretty quick.
I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation.
So I swear to God, hang on, we're actually gonna redo this. It's gonna be I swear to God. Actually, no. I swear to God will come in immediately.
Swear to God,
and then we'll have this do everything beneath that. So all we have to do is take our mask and go over this. Bam. Turn off the feathering. Up the opacity. No text shows through.
We cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
All right, we're gaming.
Woo!
So,
I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
okay, no, the brain demons are winning.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
But we're making another copy of the text box because the brain demons are winning. And then from here.
Swear to God, we can't.
So from here, we're gonna mask, and then blah blah blah. Literally, that thing I said I wasn't going to do, I am now doing.
You're doing? Gotta love that.
Wrong one. Right one. I hate the fact that I'm doing this. But at the same time, it's like in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's gonna make it better for me. I'm making this for me.
Now you
us.
like it.
Okay, and now we're gonna do that. Lower the opacity, and then it's just gonna cover this top line right here. Ah! There we go. And then turn down the feathering. Bam. And now all I gotta do is move this, move that up, move that down here. Bada bingo, bada bango.
I swear to God, we cannot get a good.
That easy! The creative process is cool to watch. I mean, I love editing. It was maybe the first creative thing that I ever clicked with that I felt like I had like a natural affinity towards. Because like whenever I tried drawing or like singing or acting or anything else immediately, I never felt like I had a huge affinity for it off the bat. Whereas when I picked up editing, like it immediately just clicked for me. And now we need to get another color mat. We're going to have a lot of layers for this, which for me is kind of normal for this kind of thing. Because again, for things like comic dubs, I tend to approach them in a bit of a caveman kind of way. Where the editing isn't really pretty, but I end up cleaning it up in the latter half of the edit.
We cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life.
There we go. We have set up the fade. We're going to get rid of the mask, lower the opacity, and it's just a bunch of this. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, let's make it a little bigger real quick. As the boom, boom, fuck, boom. Come on. There we go. And we can size it back down. Turn off the feathering, turn up the opacity. Ah, shit. Perfect.
My gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock?
And then another color mat. It's really funny, actually. This kind of intersects into another fucking crossroads of my life. Where I went to an anime con once and ended up crashing like a BBC Sherlock panel.
Oh no.
And I wasn't making fun of the person there, right? But I was kind of going along with things and like asking questions because I didn't know all that much about BBC Sherlock. And I was just having a good time, but I don't think she was kind of ready for my chaotic energy to be there. And I kind of ended up making her somewhat angry at the time.
Oh.
And I felt very bad about it, but I did not have the nerve to apologize. So I discreetly retreated once the panel was over and just sort of played Street Fighter for like the next 6 hours.
When in doubt, play Street Fighter to just avoid any consequences.
Oh, I am avoiding those consequences. All right, there we go. Also, it kind of taught me that BBC Sherlock fans might be kind of little nuts at the time. Boy. She was very difficult to understand, and it concerned me. Street Fighter is a very good coping mechanism. All right, we're getting there.
Oh wait, she has the symbol on the hand, right?
Oh, yes, she does.
Where's the symbol?
Chat, which hand is the command spell on?
I'm very, very...
I can never remember.
Remember? I can't remember, man.
I think it's the left hand.
Cool, I don't have to draw shit!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the left hand. It's the left hand. I just remembered. Burn Knuckle. Fucking Terry and SF6 is gonna be fucking wild. Alright, so now we need another mask around the first boomerang. And then turn the opacity back up, turn the feathering down.
In BBC Sherlock, a boomerang.
Then paste that. Once again, move it all the way back up here.
Darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang.
It's probably the most awful thing to say, but anytime you tell an artist, oh yeah, you don't have to draw that, there's a giant sigh of relief that comes over our heads.
Look, it's very nice sometimes to be like, oh man, I have to do work. I don't have to do that work? Oh, sick.
Sherlock, a boomerang. A fucking boomerang.
And then, there we go. And now we're deleting this mask, turning the opacity down. So chat, there's this thing about editing that if you are not a long-time editor and you're seeing this, you're just like, damn, he's just kind of doing the same thing over and over. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of just a test of how much tedium can you fucking put up with.
A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense?
What is this mind palace nonsense? The fact that I can still laugh at my own joke makes me feel pretty decent about this.
This is pretty solid.
I'm having a good time with it. They're like small things that I wish I could have changed up a bit in the performance, but I'm like, it's fine. I don't need to fucking hyperfixate on it. Because usually I only... So whenever I send auditions, right? I'll record a bunch of shit, go through it in editing, and then kind of realize it now that I'm editing it and kind of approaching it with director brain. I'm like, oh, I kind of wanted it to sound like this instead. And so then I'll go back and re-record it.
Boomerang. A fucking...
Oh, right. And then this mask needs to go. This opacity down. And then... And mask. Hey, yo, check it out. We're gonna mask the rest of this text. Oh, shit. Hang on here. Wait, what the fuck? Apparently, I moved that into the wrong spot. But now it's the right spot. Let's go, gamer.
Fucking boomerang. And what is this mind...
And then we move this over.
And what is this mind palace nonsense?
All right.
I swear to God.
So now that we've gotten this, we have mash. We're gonna save so that way if something explodes, we're gonna add to this a bit. We're gonna add a camera shake onto mash.
We can't...
I put it on the wrong thing. Ah! There we are. So we're gonna add a small camera. Fucking. Is this it? No. I have so many layers that I'm getting lost in the sauce. There we go. All right, we're adding a small camera shake on the mesh. Small amount of the actual shake. So this is a plugin that I use, and it breaks on transparencies, but if I add another plugin right below it, it fixes it because I don't know why, it just does. I wish I could tell you with more confidence. Unfortunately, I cannot. We're going to take off that tiling, and then crop. Ah! Scale, not crop. There we go. Crop ever so slightly more, or scale ever so slightly more. So about 109.
I swear to God.
Oh, that's perfect! That adds so much!
Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang.
That you were the one who suggested that line, it was golden. It was absolutely golden.
Fantastic.
Oh, hang on. Devin, were you asking if you could do something? No, the shake adds so much. And, SK, here's the really funny thing, right? This shake has a built-in motion blur.
Swear to God, we cannot get.
It's very subtle, but I think if I turn up the frequency.
Swear to God.
And then turn the shake up to about 20. Let's see what that looks like.
Swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking
So okay, here's what we're gonna do. It's gonna start at 10. And then we're gonna see if it will work. I can't remember if the keyframing actually works well with this plugin.
Swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course.
All right, you know what? This is good. That's good enough. That's good enough. I can fuck with this. Now, the other thing that I had going, is taking all of this chaff here and combining it into one sequence because I don't want all of this in my fucking timeline. I also want the ability to animate the actual text bubble. Bam, bam. With the Guilty Gear music in the background is killing you. Good, that is the intent. Nested sequences are, like, changed my life. Nesting a sequence, for those that don't know, is when you take the thing that you're working in the timeline, you essentially make everything there into a new timeline, and then place that new timeline into your current timeline. So, by making it into one piece, you are essentially making it to where it's one big piece with a bunch of moving parts that you can edit by, like, scaling and stuff like that. It is incredibly handy.
I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang.
I thought about the shaking text. Oh, actually, you know what? I can. So what I can do is take... What? Fiance coming home soon. No, I know the text. I know what you mean. Oh, actually, I can just do it from here. We can...
Sherlock, a boomerang.
We're gonna duplicate this sequence. Where did it paste? It pasted up there. Okay, I'm very pretty. This should be a way to make this easy. So, take this.
A good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang.
So now we are going to mask this. Because this shouldn't fuck with the transition. And now... Why do I have 2 masks? Where'd this first mask come from? I'm a little concerned. I can't remember why that mask is there. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see it. Okay. And now... Camera shake. Hopefully this plugin doesn't break, because it breaks sometimes. Activated Poplar, opponent scoops. I fucking love that shit. I love it when my opponent just says, fuck it, you're playing a good deck, I don't want to deal with that shit. Hey, Iblis! Welcome! Thank you for the raid!
Woo! Hello!
Alright. Alright, so what we're gonna do here now is... We don't need this to appear until this point. And now we save, just in case, because these plugins tend to crash shit. Playing a bad deck, like most of my deck. No, I was talking about playing a good deck. And then people see that you're playing a good deck and then just scoop. Okay. So we're going to need to move the frequency up, the shake down. It's close. All we need to do now is scale the footage up to like 110, 100.
Boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense?
Hang on, I think I got it.
Boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh,
It is exactly where I want it to be.
boomerang.
I think we can move the shake up ever so slightly. We'll move the shake up to 11.
A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense?
That's perfect. That's perfect. That is fucking perfect. Let's go.
Oh, and
All right, and now we have the third panel and we can start working through that. We're very close. We're very, 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 very close. So panel tree. Now we build this part.
Okay. Final text box. We're almost there, gamers.
Let's go, colors! This fucking... I almost want to, like, if I were going all in, I would take this into After Effects and animate the fucking limbs. Holy shit.
This is gonna be great.
Oh my god, I love this fucking pose. I love this fucking face.
I'm so happy you love it.
oh, and of course.
All right, so what we're going to do for this one, right, is I already know what I want to do. We're going to have Mash.
Oh, and
Move in. Ease.
oh, and of course.
And then we're going to have her shake. In fact, I can literally... I don't need to do extra work. I'm going to copy these. Paste them in. Why you extra work? Fuck. And we're just going to have that at the constant 20 shakes.
Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century.
And then there's going to be just a little bit of movement the entire time that way.
He's not a robot!
And then we move that right to here. Yeah, there we go. No, fucking
Chat, if you haven't followed Colors already on Twitch and Twitter, please do. They're very cool.
Oh, thank you.
I like them a lot.
giving me Kaiba defeat vibe.
This is all on the fly, by the way. We're just doing this by the seat of our pants.
Pretty much.
Oh, and of course, don't get me
I'm doing my
started on
best.
Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys, I'm just having a good time seeing you guys like go through this together and watching Red, because to me, I'm just like, I don't know this process of watching the master at work, using my images and making it all cool.
I mean, here's the thing, Colors. You're doing the part of this process that I can't do. And I think that is still fantastic. Oh, I was thinking of the zoom in, but I was going to build everything out first before I did the zooms. Give Mash caffeine. Do we want massive shakes, chat?
Oh my gosh.
I'm turning up the shake amount, and you can see the motion blur.
Holy shit! The motion!
You can't even make out what's happening. That's so funny.
Just don't fucking into it.
And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course,
No, yeah, this plugin is godlike. I used to animate camera shakes by hand, and now I just have this fucking plugin, which is, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny.
second century. Watson is not a robot!
So will that be cash or quartz?
Will that be cash or quartz? This is the Maxon Universe plugin, and I get it, as like a once a year subscription payment. It's not super expensive, and in general, comes with a lot of very good effects. The only issue is I don't think they work with DaVinci. Yeah, hand animating shakes is bullshit. I need to find some like actual alternatives for this plugin at some point though, because I would like to swap to DaVinci, because I don't want to pay Adobe shit. Fucking fuck this shit. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with them for just a little longer. Oh yeah, baby, we got the red, and then that's the text. Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Get this. Wham bam.
Sense. Oh, and of course,
I think we can speed mash up a bit here, actually. In terms of the movement, because it's a little slow.
oh, and of course,
Yeah.
oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes.
Now I'm gonna need some sort of violent hitting noise that isn't just the desk slam. Yo, SK, thank you so much for popping in. Definitely DM me with details about that event. I'm actually super interested in that because I love doing commentary. But take it easy. Have a good one, Chieftain.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Y'all, I love bringing out the inspiration. Love it when people do their silly edits. Editing is like just such a fucking like cool communal little craft. I love that shit.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna do go into my sound effects folder. See, this is, again, where I kind of go with sometimes the visual informs the soundscape, and sometimes the soundscape informs the visual. But I usually like to build at least one out pretty strongly. Let's go with...
Okay.
Alright, I'm not really feeling most of the Guilty Gear sound effects. Don't y'all love Soul's fucking sound effects? the difference in volume between the general sound effects and Soul's sound effects is so fucking crazy. Oh my god. Let's give that a shot. Let's see what this sounds like. It's so fucking loud.
Oh, and of course, don't get...
Nah, it's too much. Oh, it is not Sam's show. That was all plus R. Let's see here. Melty Blood.
All right. Now I gotta go mute so I can go and record myself.
Hell yeah! Oh, I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it.
Oh, and of course...
Yeah, it's like a Melty Blood. It's the Melty Blood Super Cut-in. That's actually perfect because it looks like she's about to do a fucking super. Oh my god! Actually, I'm adding on to this. So we're gonna do about -8.
Oh, and of course...
-10.
Oh, and...
All right, now I'm gonna bring in a little bit of stock footage. We're gonna go into my animations, energy field. We're gonna bring in this. And there's one more that I usually use. Let's find this real quick. For those wondering what I'm going through, let me show you. No, 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 no. Ooh, 18. 18 is the wave. So we're going to have it kind of start partway through the animation. So it kind of looks like a Third Strike super startup is what I'm kind of going for. No, it's not going to be on the finger. It's going to be on the face. And then we're going to have it track. Doesn't matter if it isn't perfectly tracked.
Oh, and of course...
And then we'll have this one as a supplementary effect. Hi. And that'll be here. Position.
Oh, and of course.
And then we can change the color of these with a tint. And then after this, I will need to go AFK for like just a little bit. But let's make these purple because she eggplant. And then we take this. And because these effects are like monochromatic in that they only have the two colors, the white and the blue, if you tint them, it changes the color of the blue while keeping the luminosity of the white.
Oh, and of course.
That looks so good. That looks so good.
Oh, and of
Oh my god. All right, 1 second, gang. I will be right back. Hello, I'm back, chat. All right. So, we're getting back to it here. We're finishing up the text part of this now.
Oh, and of course.
All right, now we need to bring in the text. Bubble. There we go. And we actually technically have the text separated for this one.
so we can have a good time with it.
But I'm happy chaos right now because I'm feeling it. All right. Oh, did I? I did. That was a dumb. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now I just need to size that. I actually don't need to size that down. I do want to size that down slightly because the text is in the margins. And usually you want to leave just a bit of space. We'll try 90. Yeah, 90 works. And we'll go 90 for this. There we go.
Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
Opa.
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 Oh, okay. I can have some fun with this one. So we're gonna get this. I'm gonna be doing this text box a little differently. So we're gonna make that all one big thing. Because I think I'm only gonna reveal certain parts of this one.
All right, you can now stop my stream.
Oh, it's Jover? Okay.
It's Jover, man. Now it's all you, baby.
And now I just see your little Discord thingy up here, and I need to kill it. There it is. Kill the window capture. Okay, now we're in final stretch gamer territory. It is I, the final stretch gamer.
I get to relax the entire way. Woo!
Now you get to big vibe. So here we go. We're gonna get this. All right, so we're going to make it about this size. Still in the margins. Yo, Beirut, have a good night.
Good night.
I was thinking of doing a zoom, but I think I'm going to keep this simple.
Oh, and of course.
So that means we're going to undo everything we just did. And I'm just going to do the animation real simple like. Okay, so same as before, gang. It's going to be the color matte. Drop back in.
Oh, and of course.
We're gonna bring that down. Bam. 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 Fuck. Bam. Bam. Just mask over, as per usual. What'd you miss? Nothing much. I had Mash do a little super.
Oh,
I'm a big fan of that little, like, have you seen this bit, actually, Colors?
What, Chippa? No, I have not.
Okay, I can actually give you a direct feed stream now.
Yay.
There we go. There you go. So I added a little animation. For her, like, popping up. She does, like, a little, like, third strike super.
Oh my god, I love it.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, she has a fucking super flash, and I use the melty blood super flash sound effect.
don't get. And then opacity up to 100. There we go. And then bring that there. We are going to cross dissolve. We are close.
Don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century!
And now, copy, paste, bring this way over here. This needs to fade appropriately. I could do some more fancy transition stuff with the Watson is not a robot, but we are on the time crunch now. So I am going to hit us with the old perfectionism is neat, but I gotta be a sweep soon. Ooh, and baby.
Ooh.
So, but it feels so weird editing while like being watched. Because this is literally what I've done almost every day for the longest time. For pleasure, for money, all sorts of circumstances. You know, I really don't make it sound like video editing when I describe it that way. Okay. Perceiving. Do not perceive. Actually, you probably should perceive if you're wanting to learn things. God, the compositioning you did for these text bubbles is really fucking strong. I like these a lot.
I try my best to make sure that the composition still feeds into the whole feeling of it.
No, yeah, and I can tell you kind of worked this with like video in mind. Because like everything has been like very widescreen friendly, which is not something I get very often when I'm working with actual comic dub stuff, which ends up turning into cropping a lot of stuff out, redrawing stuff.
It's definitely, I will say that I did make it a little easier for video editing because of that, because I've only done a little bit, but I know that sometimes it's like, oh, it's square 4 coma, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna have to cut off your eyebrows.
I've definitely worked with that before though. Like I've got my own methods. It usually just means like redrawing or like finagling with some like content aware fill stuff.
And you don't want to do that on the stream at the moment. Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get like something that's very unworkable.
All right.
It's like watching a live stream of a dude stocking the shelves at a retail shop.
Oh my god. All right, so now let's...
It's not a robot!
All right, then let's see what we've got here so far. Let's do a little this is what I like to call a morale boost. It's like you're getting tired, you're right near the end, and you're like, man, fucking why am I even doing this shit? And then you just take a look at what you've done.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this mind palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
Oh man, the visuals just make it so much stronger.
Exactly.
Oh.
All right, and now for the last panel. And now we also need to pop back into Audition real quick. Bam.
There's 3 versions. Take whichever one you like.
Let's take a listen to these real quick.
I just asked if you wanted
a baconator. I just asked if you wanted a baconator. I just asked if you wanted a baconator?
Hang on.
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
All right, here we go.
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
Nah, okay, we'll do that first take. I like that first take the most, I think.
Yay!
All right.
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
And then, do I need to EQ this really? I don't think so. I think the default EQ should be fine.
Color one and dot.
Look, I've done this multiple times where I will record a gajillion lines for Shane, and he's like, "Wow, you gave me so much material, but I just used the first take for everything." And I'm like, "You son of a bitch." It's so common. It is so common for me. This is turning out amazing. Yeah, I'm good at my job, as is Colors.
We're good at jobs! Yay!
Like, I've done, like, animation and shit, like, for, like, animation compositing. Like, this is, like, my fucking element. I could do this all day. And I do. A lot. Fuck. Alright, shitposts. Mesh meltdown. Imeji. I did not. There it is.
Also, would you like a Japanese lesson, by the way?
Yes.
Imeji is not image in Japanese. This is one of those fucked up, what kind of like, this
No,
is not
yeah,
what you think it is.
because it just means to imagine it, right?
It literally means imagination.
Ah, naruhodo. Because I know when I said that, it was with the context of I need to imagine where the image is.
Ah, okay. I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
Alright, and let's see. -4.
So will that be cash or quartz?
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
And we're going to make you slightly louder because of the proximity to MASH.
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
So will that be cash or quartz?
That's fucking... It's so Squidward. It has such a Squidward fucking energy to it. This will actually be a very simple panel. So, boom. Bring in the layers. Holy fuck, Lois. Alright, we still have the white background, so we're fine. Let's bring in the background that goes over top of that. He's just like me for real. Oh my god. Oh, this is so...
He's losing
I'm
again.
not okay. I'm not okay. I am not okay. Okay, here we go. And then we need the text bubbles. Let's see.
Oh yeah, because the full image actually is a little bit shrunk.
No, it's all right. I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
gonna mess with this a bit.
Okay.
Okay, so we're shrinking the background a bit. Let's start with the car. This should be the car. Yes. And then
Sorry, it's not like fully fleshed out. I was in a rush.
Oh, I don't need it fully fleshed out. You are totally
Okay.
fine. Yeah. I was not expecting such. And then I just shrink down Ku a bit, which helps because it builds. There we go. Their heads are more or less level now.
Yeah.
Let's move the him down slightly. Because I need to get their eye level mostly right. Never mind, that's not how that's gonna go. Actually, he is leaning over. Hang on. Yeah, something like that works, I think. There we go. And then let's look at our text here. And now we just need 2 more color mats, and we are complete. The cutting... Look, hard cuts are, like, fucking magic sometimes. Especially...
What do you mean? Oh.
That is what I mean. Because it's like you have all this energy, and then all of a sudden, you have all of this energy, all of this tension, and then it releases all of that tension immediately. This is why
Amazing.
I love hard cuts. I fucking love hard cuts. Alright. So, now we're going to add, as promised, a color mat. Then, bam, bam. By the way, if you would so like colors, because I didn't plan on, like, posting this anywhere, if you would want to, you can post this if you would like. Or we can just sort of keep this in the vault until I release the fucking, like, cut version of the tutorial stream in, like, whenever I do that.
I mean, I wouldn't mind posting it and having you as well. If you wanted to post it, me post it, either way, it doesn't matter.
I was going to say, if you would like to post it, you are more than welcome. Or I can post it if you would want me to post it. I just don't know if this is something that you would want posted.
Oh, I'd love to. It's content. Like,
Okay,
it's
cool.
really funny. Yeah.
Because, like, I feel like, again, you did the drawing and the art. And, yeah, I'm doing, like, the editing and stuff for it. But at the end of the day, I feel like, for me personally, I feel like it's your drawings that made this really powerful for me.
Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Do you want to put like a little credit at the end of it so that way I don't feel so bad?
Yeah, I usually put like little like the little Mario credits whenever
yes, that
I
works.
do that.
Perfect.
We're gonna make this kind of a slow come in.
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
Want to be cash or core? That is legitimately such a great
So
line.
good.
I feel really bad when I laugh at my own jokes repeatedly, but then like you have to understand, whenever I'm editing, like the first like 5 or 6 times I watch something I put together, I laugh at it, and then by the time I'm at my 100th time seeing it, I want to die.
Yes.
So will that be?
All right, so
So will that be?
so now we need to delete this mask, and then lower the opacity. Ha 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 ha. There we go. 100%.
I just asked if you.
So will that be cash? So will that be cash or quartz?
All right, and now I'm gonna add one more thing to this to
Oh.
give it that extra layer of this is real and this is awkward. And this is one of these like stylistic choices that I usually like to make for shit like this. All right. We're going to grab a camera shake. We're going to have it scale a bit. And the amount of shake is going to be very... In fact, we're going to... All right, that's way too much. So, you know what? We'll preset this, actually. Come on, Red Giant.
I just asked if you want.
And then we're going to have even less shake than that. Oh, did I... Where'd my color mats go? Eh?
Hmm?
Something borked. I think something got lost in translation there. Oh, I think I see what happened. Yeah, I see what happened here. Okay. When I made the subsequence, I did not make it all the way. I had missed that top bit of the layer. There we go. Now I have it. This goes here. Those get deleted. And now we add the camera shake. We're going to go into a preset. And we're going to select the handheld. And we're going to turn down the shake.
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
So will there be
We're going to make this even a barely perceptible shake, but it's like slightly there to where it's like this looks as if it's being filmed on like a handheld camera and like there's that little bit of movement.
Yes.
I just asked
Oh, I
if you
see
wanted
it.
a baconator.
So will there be cash or quartz?
Cut off there, so good.
And Ride the Fire on the aux cord is so fucking funny. Okay. Now I'm going to go into storage. Where is visual assets? God, it's been so long from me actually making anything that I have not actually had to use my fucking normal ass like any of my bumpers actually. Oh, that is an old bumper from my old job. All right, give me just a sec. I'm losing my mind. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
I catch. Do, do, do. Highlights? All right. All right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to open an older project real quick. That is fine. You can offline all. I don't care. All right, where the hell did I put this? Highlights, universal assets. Okay. Fuck, I have too many folders. All right, so close project. And then we're going to make this last a little longer because I'm having a little more information. In fact, I don't even need the Patreon version of that. So, boom, boom. I really am just going to be making this from scratch. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So that's going to be, I believe that's Babus Nue is the font. And then we're going to get this. And then afterwards, we'll watch through it one more time. And check for things. And then we'll be good.
Woohoo!
So get that yellow. Art. Color bruise. Editing. RedMufflerMan. Mash. RedMufflerMan. The Ritsuka Color Bruise and Ku Lancer. His name is Lancer as far as I'm concerned. Devin Vo.
Whoa.
Devin
Volvo.
Volvo. Devin Volvo. Is that you? I ain't seen you in 50 years. All right, here we go. And then we're going to center this. Graphics, align, horizontal, graphics, align, Why did the anchor point go? Whatever, I don't give a shit. It does not matter. So then we're doing the thing where we alternate the colors to make it easier to read. There we go.
Ta-dun.
And then graphics align vertical, graphics align horizontal. There we go. 46 seconds. Let's now let's go to the beginning. Let's delete this extra little bit of audio and let's make this big. Let's save.
Yeah.
And then chat, how about we play back our handiwork, shall we? All right.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
So will that be cash or quartz?
Comic Dub, 80% speed run.
speed run. Let's go.
4 hours, 16 minutes is not bad. Not
You know what?
bad.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry you heard a lot of my room noise in my voice, but whatever.
I mean, I literally reverb and peak in my audio. I literally reverb and clip. You're fine.
So will that be?
I'm actually gonna move Devin up a bit more. Just 0 maybe?
So will that be cash or quartz?
Yeah, should be good. All right, now I'm going to go through it one more time just to make sure that there's no grievous errors.
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
So will that be cash or quartz?
All right, yeah. We are all good. We are all good in the hood. All right. So, Devin
So will that be cash or quartz?
is a little more quiet in comparison to everyone else, but that is partially because of the fact that I want him slightly quieter because he's further away. So it's meant to be he is more of a background character in terms of like literally being further away from the viewer, so he's slightly quieter. So, but I will push him up by 1 more decibel.
So will that be cash or quartz?
Yeah, should be good. All right, so I think we're good. Let's get an export of this.
Woohoo!
All right, all settings are good. That is very likely because right now, please understand, I have my audio for stream turned down a lot. You should be able to hear it just fine once it's actually like rendered and such.
I have it directly in my headphones. It's fine, trust me.
Yeah, and I'm like also looking at the audio levels, so everything should be good. All right, so storage, shitpost. All right, and then we're gonna make an export folder. Mash meltdown final. Bam. Bam. Let's see if my GPU is okay with doing both OBS and Premiere at the same time. I've never actually tried this. Seems fine. It's not shitting itself. It's going to take a little bit because it's like it starts off small and then it starts seeing like the camera shake plugins and it's like, oh, wait a sec. The only other thing I thought about potentially doing with this was like, well, okay, 2 things. Was either adding a paper texture or chromatic aberration. But I thought about that, but the issue is that like when you add chromatic aberration, it tends to like also do some really fucky like camera shit where it like fisheye lenses a ton of stuff, and you can like kind of turn that down and mitigate it, but then it makes like everything on the edges super hard to read. And I'm just like, it's hard to do for like comic stuff, but for like general animation, it looks real good.
Ooh.
All right, it's trying its best to push through the camera shakes from MASH. It's my hyperfixation. I get to decide when the video's done rendering. Chromatic aberration might as well be a Yu-Gi-Oh card in terms of how good it would be a staple 3 of in every deck. That's how good chromatic aberration is in terms of making things look good. In fact, after this is rendered, I'll show you what chromatic aberration is. And then we can probably cut it here.
Yeah. No, this is fantastic. This is perfect amount of stream time, too.
Yeah, I know, right? It went a little longer than I wanted, but in general, I think the amount of time that it took was mostly from me deciding I wanted to plus a couple of shots.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of what editing is. Editing is a puzzle where you sometimes have to make your own pieces. And like, in general, that is sort of it's very much a beautiful thing in that regard. All right, so chromatic aberration. What we're gonna do here is I'm actually gonna bring in the video that I just rendered rather than make it a sequence. Because if I make all of that into a sequence, it's gonna... it will not cooperate well. So,
Mhm.
also... track... Where the fuck is it? Audio track mixer. There we go. Boom. And boom, boom. Widen that a bit. We're taking this off. I think if I just hit delete. No. Oh my god. I'm losing it. There we go. I'm no longer losing it. I found it. Okay. So chromatic aberration. Very cool effect. In that it takes the edges of video and kind of like distorts it and like causes the RGB to go a little out of sync. And it's a very good effect for giving something a little more depth. And there's a lot of presets, and a lot of the time what I'll do is I'll pick a preset that is like generally decent as a starting point. So I'd probably go like simple or RGB. But as you can see, when you add it to a comic dub, if there is any text at all near the margins of the video, it goes kind of crazy and it does not like it.
Mm-hmm.
But for just general animation, chromatic aberration's very, very good. I'm a big fan of it. And then only other thing I would have thought of would be to try a texturize. Not with that though. That's crazy. Whoa. Weathered paint scale. Yeah, all of these textures are like not like paper textures, so it's like way too grimy.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of like messing around. You can technically turn this stream into 4 videos: the actual VOD, the edited down version, the meme alone, and a submission for original creation of a comic dub speedrun. I'm gonna create a new category of speedrun. It's gonna be great.
Comic dub baking.
Comic dub any percent from concept to completion. I know at some point I would definitely like to do this again. Because I know Shane like would want in on this, I think, at some point as well. But we will definitely see how that goes. Alright, let's kill the display capture. We don't need to see this no more. Be Green, what up?
Be Green, hello.
Alright, so let me take a look at what all is going on here. So I will ask now, one final time, do we want to watch the Fruits of Our Labor one last time, or is it time I pick us a raid target and we make it on our way?
One last time to say, yeah, look at our fruits of our labor. I think we deserve the celebration.
All right, in that case, we will do one more time. What? And now I can actually bring up the fully rendered video file. Oh, I could have added some slight noise. Oh, well. I always keep thinking to myself, like, post-processing bullshit, because, like, post-processing, in general, in my opinion, is just such a great way to, like, add depth to something.
This thing's a gosh darn desert. Okay, let's go.
Sherlock?
All right, so it's checking the audio. We're going to turn this up a bit. And I'm gonna let it rock.
Sherlock Holmes has a rich and storied history. Conan Doyle's masterclass of writing almost single-handedly invented the modern mystery genre as we know it. And yet, I swear to God, we cannot get a good adaptation to save my gosh darn life. Have you seen BBC Sherlock? A boomerang. A fucking boomerang. And what is this Mind Palace nonsense? Oh, and of course, don't get me started on Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Watson is not a robot!
I just asked if you wanted a baconator.
So will that be cash or quartz?
God, that's so good.
I am very happy with how this turned out. Okay. Oh, man. Ugh. So let's turn off display capture. Boom, boom, boom. And before I forget, there you go.
Yay!
This was surprisingly fun. Thanks for the stream. No worries, no worries.
It was a very fun lesson, in my opinion.
I just like editing. I like talking about editing. I don't get the chance to do that very much. So, this has been very nice for me.
I always want to make comic dubs, but I never know the editing side of it. So I'm like, I get a chance to just do it? Hell yeah!
And you see, I'm hoping that this is a video that people find down the line when they're just like, shit, man, I don't know how to make a comic dub. And then it turns into, wow, these two are goobers, but this is some good information.
I hope we do more in the future.
I would def be down to do more into future.
The
Alright, so whom Stiv am I throwing y'all at?
Yeah, let's see. Who would be good?
Let's see. The only person I'm seeing is I have a friend that's actually playing RE3. I might throw y'all towards it's Lilybat. But real quick, before we all get out of here, for those of you all who may be new here, I got a Twitter, a YouTube, a Discord, and I hope I got this code right. I also have the VODs channel, which this video will be going up on if you would like to see the full version of this for reference. And at some point, I'm probably also going to edit this thing down. So I would definitely like to get an edited version of this just for getting the information in a way that is a little easier to digest. But let's see here. Bada bingo, bada bango. Bada Django Unchained. There we go. It still feels weird to say. Don't worry about it, dude. You got this. You will adapt, and then you will forget the days of when you were wrong, you know? But it has been a good, interesting little stream. I'm going to get out of here and run a few chores since I have to go to the doctor in the morning. So, as I will always say, once again, wear a mask, stay hydrated, get vaccinated, and take care, everybody. Have a good one.
Good night!
Watson is not a robot.